From Nigeria to Vegas, the lights are bright. Champagne popping under the neon night. I swear be shining gold and white. Laughter louder than the city's height. We are step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. There's a heat, but we bring the rain. Palm wine vibes in a champagne lane. Jollof aroma drives me insane. Culture's a wave you can't contain. Raise your hands if you feel alive. Heartbeat matching the drums drive. We are step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Dollars flying, catch a dream. Vegas night's a movie scene. From Lagos hustle to the strips gleam. This wedding's a vibe like you've never seen. We are step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Dollars flying, catch your dream. Vegas nights a movie scene. From Lagos hustle to the strips gleam. This wedding's a vibe like you've never seen. Oh yeah, step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low. Nigeria to the world, let it show. We rock it, we flex it, let it flow. Oh yeah, step on the dance floor. Wind your waist, bend down low.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. How you doing today? Today is a fantastic Monday, the 20th of October, 2025. My name is Ben O'Reilly, and this is UB and the Real Fam. Again, we're back on our favorite episode, Hangout with UB. And today we have a very long show, so I'm going to make that announcement right now. By my own schedule, this show is meant to run for at least, whether I like it or not, this show might run for 2 hours. That's per my schedule, and that's why we're starting very, very early. Now, depending on how it all goes, you know how we roll right here at The Real Fam. The Real Fam determine when the show comes to an end. But because we have a very crucial conversation we need to discuss today, because this matter involving Senator Ned Nwoko and Regina Daniels is something we all should be concerned and worry about as Nigerians. Now, this practice of elderly men in their 60s getting married to younger folks has been ongoing in Nigeria for a very long time. And I think the earlier we raise our voices, the better for everyone. So that is why this show is not going to be like every other show. I want everybody to actually drop their take as far as this matter is concerned. We're going to review a couple of things as far as this show is concerned. Let me see if I can get some of my favorite hosts in the building. My co-host, Sisi already says she's running away to Bora Bora. Make I laugh for Japanese first. Okay, so my baby girl is in the building. Abby, the Abby troublemaker. What's up, Abby? How you doing today?
Hi, Uncle Ben. Good evening. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, wow. So, Abby, are you ready for today's show?
I'm ready. Ogadi Popo, Uncle Ben.
Which one be Ogadi Popo? Don't let me start speaking my Igbo
That
now.
means it's going to be hot.
Okay. Yeah. This is where Igbo people will say, Worunwayo, and then we have Wayo. Okay? It's going to be hot, but let's do it Wayo. So, Abby, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully, the other Gen Zs will join us soonest, but we have a lot of review to do. I specifically want to dive into the implication of the Otudu ritual. I think it's called Otudu. Everybody said Ned married Regina traditionally, that they did something traditionally, yeah, 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 but a lot of people really don't know what went down. And it turns out that my wife is actually from the same place like Ned. Ned's town is just the next town after my wife's town. My wife is from Ubuluku and Ned is from.
Uncle Ben, you didn't tell me that that's my auntie.
Oh, you didn't know?
I knew
Well,
she was Igbo, but I didn't know it was Delta. I thought it was like the East.
I always said it here. My wife is from Delta Igbo. Huh?
Really? I used to see her say Igbo.
I told you now. I said that woman is stubborn. Now, people who are stubborn are usually from Delta Igbo. They know the year word. Their uncle could
That's
not
not
help. That's my
true.
own self. It's true. It's true. They usually show people shaggy banza. So I found out, wifey came back. She actually watched the last show, and she's like, "Oh, babe, so you didn't know that the traditional marriage people claim they had wasn't actually traditional marriage, that it was actually an initiation into the Anuma tradition, that is one of those practices they used to have. But however, that there is something about the one Ned had, that wasn't just initiation into Anuma women tradition or culture or something, that it has more to do with actually getting the wife to stay faithful and not running around. So at that point when my wifey said that, I'm like, okay, babe, you got my full attention. Walk me through this thing. So she now break it down, and I was really shocked because I actually went back to research everything, and wifey was spot on. So we're gonna go into the implication of that traditional wedding as claimed on social media, what it actually meant for women. And I think I published a video yesterday about it, because when I was researching the implication of that tradition, I ran into a story told by a gentleman who said he actually lost his uncle, the wife, and their son to that same tradition. You see how crazy it is? So I don't know if everybody have seen that video. If you haven't seen the video, just check around our channel here. You will see it, and I may play it in the course of this show. But I published the video before I discovered that the audio was kind of cracking or something. I didn't know what happened. All right, so we're gonna dive into that. But today, welcome, real fam. Our main recipe today is to examine Anuma tradition and why Reggie cannot divorce Uncle Ned. So be ready. Now let us welcome our real fam, and then we can go straight into this conversation. I got a lot of videos to play for you guys because since the last show, a lot has happened. I was even shocked that Uncle Ned became a blogger on top of this matter. Abby, were you shocked or surprised that Uncle Ned is
No,
a blogger?
he's always done this, Uncle Ben.
Hey,
He,
why
he,
are
he
they?
like, he like PR.
Oh wow, this is gonna really be crazy because and after Uncle Ned published that crap about his lovely baby doll wife, I saw a video by is it Georgina something? Georgina Onoha. She's
Yeah,
one of
but
the
you don't know
Nigerian
her.
actors.
Nollywood.
Yeah. And that lady shred that lady shred Uncle. That lady wicked though. She not even pity my Uncle Ned at all. She went in on Uncle Ned like, bro, you can't do this, man. You are fond of doing this every time. You throw these young ladies under the bus. So we're gonna review. Yeah, we're gonna review that also. But first, to set the ball rolling, what am I looking at? I don't even see the thing where I just put here now where I want to remove self. Am I getting old like Uncle Ned now? Okay, I found it. All right. So Abby, thank you for hanging out with me, Mama. I appreciate you. So, everybody who want to hang out, please, you're welcome to hang out. It's going to be a long conversation, but the purpose of having this show is for us to extract the lessons and possibly guide young parents, old parents, as well as the Gen Zs. We have to guide them because of the mistake made by this our lovely baby girl called Regina. So, Abby, let's welcome our real fam. Shout out to everybody. I see Luke, you are here already. Luke, the politician, and my girl, Comfort Adagri. Hey, Comfort, it's been a while. How are you doing, my dear? I see you, Chico, all the way from Benin Republic. I've been at Cotonou. How you doing, Mama? All right. Sister Yinka is early today. I would have begged Sister Yinka to be my special guest, but I know she's always busy, so I don't even stress myself. And besides, I was just looking for somebody who will give me soft landing. All of a sudden, everybody ran away. They abandoned me. They now leave me with this Gen Z right here.
Uncle Ben, when it's just both of us, I actually give you soft landing. Go and check.
Abby, you know they give me soft landing, no?
I do. When it's both of us, I actually always give you soft landing.
I need soft landing to do because I'm gonna be a full-blown traditional man today. So I need that soft landing, like say my life depend on it. You hear me? When your sister they punch me, maybe they tell them, we should actually take it easy on Uncle Ben. Those are the things I want to hear today.
Not that one, but yeah, sure. No, I can't do that.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Anyway, Sister Yinkus, you welcome, Mama. For those who don't know, Sister Yinka, Sister Kinye, they actually met with Auntie Grace and they have a fantastic time. I'm so happy for that. You know, I told you, here at the Real Fam, we are family. That's why we don't run our show like regular YouTube content, because when you are in the midst of family, everybody just have fun with cash cruise. We throw banter, and that is why our show is usually longer than necessary, because it's not content. The only thing I do when I want to make it content, I will cut the show and repost. That's why I want to make content. But when we are having conversation like this, is family thing, and now we are beginning to meet each other, and I really love it. You see, we are so real. Abby, tell me, aren't you jealous that Sister Kiye and Auntie Yinka and Auntie Grace,
they were now talking, they were now posting pictures, relax,
they are now doing pepper bomb.
It's enough.
Oh my God. All right. Sister Rose in the building. Sister Rose, what's up, mommy? Oh, Sister Rose, you must have a say on this one, because I know how you feel about tradition and all these men moving mad. Sister Rose has never supported brotherhood one day. So, Sister Rose, we're ready for you, auntie. Come on now. All right. Mama Jojo in the building. Mama Jojo, where have you been? You're welcome, sister. Welcome. And of course, my brother in the house, that Chucky. I actually checked on Chucky this morning because I'm like, wait a minute. Chucky, I've not gone after Abby. What is going on? This is so strange.
Chucky, Ben, I was giving him until tomorrow to actually disturb him so that he will react.
I said the chat, I'm like, no. This is so strange. Chucky never drag Abby. Hey, Chucky Baba, we miss you, bro. We miss you. Thanks for replying my message. God bless you. All right, Sister Sue in the building. Sister Sue, the one where they accuse me, say we not do Sunday school yesterday. I'm so sorry, everybody. We're going to have Sunday school yesterday because I won't lie. I went for a coverage on Saturday and we didn't get up that coverage until they finished around 3. And to be honest, again, I took some Grandmaster. What they call that drink? I think it's is it Grandmaster? That drink is another dangerous drink. So sweet, so cool in the mouth. And I was just like, oh, I like it like this. At least this one is not spirit. Before I know, I don't finish almost half of those plastic cup. And then by the time I got home, man, I was knocked out. So again, I'm sorry we don't have Sunday school yesterday, but by grace of God, we're going to have Sunday school next week. All right.
Uncle Ben, can I say something quickly, please?
Go ahead.
I was on Auntie B's live yesterday, and her own YouTube setup was the previous one. So I'm wondering if there's a setting within YouTube where you can keep it that way, or because Auntie B is in the UK, with UK, we get a lot of all the social media updates last.
Okay, I don't understand. Say that again.
The way our chat is, where it's showing usernames instead of actual names. On Auntie B's live yesterday was actual names, not usernames. I'm wondering if there's a setting on YouTube to change that.
Okay, I might look into that for now. But I will look into that to see what's going on, actually. Yeah. Right now, I don't know. Me, I just did tire for YouTube. Sister Lola, you're welcome, ma. How you doing? Thanks for being my special guest the other day. If you missed that show, please go and watch it. If you need a money, we covered that when Sister Lola was our special guest. Thank you very much, ma. She Thinker in the building. She Thinker, thank you for breaking Regina's situation down the other day. We appreciate it. All right. Oh, Shintika is our new member. Woo! May we pop champagne?
Yeah, we also have Zeno.
Oh, Zeno too. Oh, wow. Thank you, Shintika. Thank you, Zeno. I really appreciate it. It shows that we're a family and we want to keep this the spirit alive. God bless you all. Any amount you are paying as membership, God will continue to increase it in multiple fold in Jesus' name. My baby Zeno. Thank you, Zeno. We appreciate you, Mama. All right, Sister Labelle. Sister Labelle, you are doing hide and seek these days, so you go show sometimes we no go see. Okay, maybe I need to chat with you, Sha, because I know you are always here. And that mom of 5, welcome, mommy. How you doing today? All right, Mona, no verse. If
didn't
I never
didn't Auntie Labelle tell us the other day that she just did Europe tour? She's not the one that just got back from her Europe tour.
It could be the aunties here, vacation and them na 5 and 6. I don't tire, man. I tire. Sister Cherish Olivia, how you doing, Mama? Sister Cherish said just come back from vacation. Una just the chop una husband money anyhow. Okay, make una dey get pity on us. All right. Let's get this show started, ladies and gentlemen. Abby, thank you for being here. I'm gonna start today's show by actually playing Sister Georgina's response to Ned, and then I'm gonna play what Ned himself said prior to marrying Regina, and then I'm also gonna show you I think I have a couple of other videos I want to show you, and then we're gonna dive into the Anioma tradition. Why you got to be careful. I will continue to say this: do not undermine tradition. Stop saying, I'm a born again, I can do anything. Look, they tell you now, me when they follow you talk like this, I am born again too. But make I tell you, it gets some tradition where we say born again, no, they reach your level, your spiritual level. You no reach to confront those deities. Those deities, they will attack you left, front, right, hand, center. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, I am so ready. So here is what Regina had to say, Georgina rather. Here is what she got to say about Uncle Ned. Please drop your comments. We're going to be reading comments and reacting at the same time. I will share the link. We're just going to see how today's show goes. So here is Georgina take to Uncle Ned.
Hi everyone, I've been seeing the online trending video regarding Regina Daniels and her estranged husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. I want to believe that Nigerians, we have amnesia and something isn't really right with us. The fact that this grown man at almost 70 put out a press release that his 25-year-old wife, whom he started courting when she was 16 and married when she was 18 and fathered a child right away with her, is a drug abuser, and we all are all shouting and claiming that he's right. So does it mean that in our book, might is right? Don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of Regina Daniels. I saw her as a little child who was offered, whose youth and future was altered at the altar of an ancient and modern old man because of money by her irresponsible and greedy mother. She is a victim of her society. But that being said, she's smoking shisha and doing all of that. She was acting her age under the nose and umbrella of a man who married this little girl to protect and to provide for her. So Senator Nwoko, let me ask you, at what point did a girl who was given to you at 16, or whom you started courting at 16 and married at 18, become a drug dealer? When she married you, she was whole, she was young, she was naive. You claim she was a virgin. At what point did that virgin become a drug dealer? A child you were supposed to nurture, protect, and provide for. At what point did you just write this to discredit her and to look for a way to deny her access to her kids, just like men like you do? Because you're wealthy, influential, and have access, then you think might is right. I do not care about that girl, but I cared about the injustice you're about to mean to her. And I know as I'm doing this, she might decide to go back with you, which is what they know how to do best. It's what we call the Stockholm Syndrome. You marry these little girls at 16, 17, 18. You put them in a pedestal, lure them in with your money, make children with them, and when they start growing up and start acting their age, or if at any point they register displeasure with you, you will begin to tag them name. I do not see a responsible man, husband, who comes out in less than 24 hours that the wife, or video of the wife having an altercation with him or whatever comes out, is putting out a press release that the so-called wife is a drug addict. Are you serious, Senator Nwoko? So if I recall, in 2021, you did the same shit with Laila Charani, your Moroccan wife. The point she said she was done, she moved her things and went to Morocco. You took 2 of her kids, leaving the little one at her, and she went back to Morocco. She struggled, attempted modeling and everything, then came back. I'm sure they cajoled her into apologizing. I don't blame them. You married these young, impressionable, vulnerable children whose parents decide to sell them at the altar of an old man like you because of money, because there is really nothing fanciable about you outside of your money. You take these little girls, you marry them. All of a sudden, when they turn 20 something, they start acting their age, or they begin to register displeasure with how you're treating them, allegedly in your home. You come out, you call them drug addicts, you call them prostitutes, you say they're sleeping with other men. Whereas you do the same thing with a whole lot of shenanigans going on. I'm no fan of Regina Daniels. In short, I don't blame that little girl. I blame her stupid mother, who sold her innocent child at the altar of an old ancient of days because of money. This is the kind of society we live. So I will ask the Nigerian government, if this little girl is accusing a lawmaker of domestic violence, I think it's time the federal government looks into it. If it means Senator Ned stepping aside until a proper investigation is done into this domestic violence, because it's not just because it's a marital issue. He's a state senator. The brother just alleged him hitting the girl with a gun. Those are huge. And him coming out to claim that the girl is a drug addict and he knows her dealer, I think is another crime. That under your roof as a senator, your wife and her siblings are peddling drug and you did not report them to the authority. You are an irresponsible man to even put out search about your wife. That's what you do to little girls you marry. When you give them money, you lure them in, you put a chokehold on them, so that by the time they decide to leave you, they have nothing to fall back other than to come back to you because of Stockholm Syndrome. And let me say this to every Nigerian man. Don't go and marry a child and expect her to not act like a child. Where I live, When a 60-something-year-old man begins to court a 16-year-old girl, it is termed pedophilia. These men are good at preying and grooming these young girls. In Regina's own case, her mother sold her to you for money. A young, beautiful, brilliant girl. So she was given to you whole, but you're sending her back to the society, tagging her a drug. How convenient of you to tag her a drug addict. In your statement, you said you were not around, the nurse said this, under your roof. At what point did she become a drug dealer? Under your roof, Senator Ned. I will call on the Nigerian government, not because these are marital issues between spouse, but the fact that domestic violence is involved and you are a state senator or a sitting senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a lawmaker at that, the issue of domestic violence needs to be investigated. The brother alleging that you hit this girl with a gun when you are the same person anchoring for passing bills for Nigerians to own guns, that should be questioned. For you to also allege that she's a drug dealer and her brother is a supplier under your roof without you stating this prior to yesterday, her alleging domestic violence, that needs to be looked into. If you're an honorable man, as you want the world to think, I think it's time you step aside and let proper investigation be done to this. Nigerians, you all have amnesia. Might isn't always right. This young girl might be young from a poor home. Let me tell you, when these men marry these girls, they leave them with nothing so that those girls will come back begging and crawling at their altar. Society needs to wake up for men like this who groom and prey on young, impressionable, vulnerable young girls. Dearest Regina, pick up the pieces of your life and go. I know you might run back to him because of the kind of life he has exposed you to. God help you. I think this should be a wake-up call for you to want to go back to school, do something with your life. You're young, you're beautiful. Fortune might smile on you again. But women, mothers, stop selling your kids at the altar of old, wretched, ugly-looking men because of money. This should be a cautionary tale. It doesn't always end well. Suffice to say, they will always have their way with your child. Shame on you, Regina's mother, and shame on a society like us that enables such men using Islam and religion to groom, to prey on young, impressionable young girls. Knowing the socioeconomic status of Nigeria, they prey on these young women, and her stupid mother fell for it because of money. Because if you all, like I said, 2021, Senator Ned accused Chiara, his ex-wife, his former wife or Moroccan wife, of doing all sorts when that little girl wanted to leave, and alleged consorts. So God help you all. But for me, I don't care about you all. But don't use drugs as the means of silencing this young girl, because you have the wherewithal. And she doesn't have nobody to speak up for her. I'm no fan of hers. I detest all the bullshit.
Wow. All right. Before I made my comment, let me just show you receipts, because you know how we roll here. We just don't jump on trends and just go by it. One of the things Miss Georgina mentioned on that video is that this is becoming a pattern, that Ned did this to Layla. Layla is the, I think, Moroccan wife, right, Abby?
Yeah, she's the Moroccan wife, sir.
All right. So Georgina said it's becoming a pattern, that Ned did this to Layla, the Moroccan wife. And Georgina said, this is the proof anyway. It was published on one of the popular dailies, where in 2001, as you can see on the screen, December 8th, 2001 is when this was published. I guess when Ned was having issue with Layla, and Layla went to her country, Ned made this statement: "My marriage to Layla ended because she met strange men, had plastic surgery without informing me," says Ned Nwoko. Now, if I say something about this now, and I go begin fight me already anyway, but I don't want to distract you guys. So I'm just showing you this for you to know that the sister that just spoke, Georgina, she actually did her research, and it is true that Ned accused his Moroccan wife of having plastic surgery, using drug, and all of that, and seeing other men. So let me read what Georgina said in her statement on this particular one. So Georgina said, Senator Ned Nwoko, there is a pattern here. You are quick to call your wives mother of your children unpretable names once they register their displeasure or fallout with you. You did this same thing in 2021 with this young wife. It seems this is your mode of operation. No responsible and caring husband would do this to the women he claims to love and have had liberty with their virtues. And coming from a lawmaker like you, the Nigerian police need to investigate you properly for all these allegations. All right. So that is what she said. Now, Ned also, where is that video now? All right. Let me show you this video real quick. Like I said, we have a lot of stuff to show you, but first, can you guys help us get the likes to at least 40? We have 71 watching already, and our likes is still around 29 or 30. So please just take 2 seconds, leave the chat, hit the like, and come back as we continue the review. So please, let's do that real quick. Oh yeah, or else I go enter inside comment now, we go begin fight. We go fight like say tomorrow no day. All right. Are we doing that? Who is doing our moderating today? I saw Sister Yinka moderating earlier. Oh yeah, Rifa, we'll do our moderation. No. We need our likes up, or we go start protest. Likes up. Hey, honey babe, I see you, mama. You're welcome. So now, listen to what Ned says here. This actually shocked me. I don't know. Ned said, I saw Regina and married her within 3 weeks. I didn't know anything about her. I only want to have more kids. Now, here is what was said allegedly, and this person that shared this on X, it goes by Mr. Blay, quote and unquote said, I don't believe in dating anybody to marry them. Is this what rich men do? Must be nice. So, but let us hear from the horse's mouth. Here is Ned stating his own fact.
I met her and I liked her. We married within 3 weeks. Yes, within 3 weeks. I married all my wives within some period. I don't believe in dating anybody to marry them. So whether I marry another wife or not, she knows it can happen. Myself, I love children, so I want more children, and she knows this, and my other wives, they also know it. So we'll see what happens in the future. I met.
Let me play it again, please. Take a listen.
Her, and I liked her. We married within 3 weeks. Yes, within 3 weeks. I married all my wives within some period. I don't believe in dating anybody to marry them. So whether I marry another wife or not, she knows it can happen. Myself, I love children, so I want more children, and she knows this, and my other wives, they also know it. So we'll see what happens in the future. I met her and I liked her. We married within 3 weeks.
Abby.
Yes, Uncle Ben.
Help me make this make sense. I'm struggling here. I can't wrap my head around what I just listened to. Can you bail me out here, Mama?
I don't know, Uncle Ben. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's transactional, right? There's not meant to be love. I mean, think about it. What are they talking about? What love are you going to have when there's over 40 years age difference? I think that it was just a money thing. That's just it. And we already know that. We know who he is. He's allegedly a pedophile, allegedly. That's exactly what it is. So there's nothing to break down, Uncle Ben.
All right.
And particularly, he's been picking wives since. I think, unfortunately, there's chances that he's spoken to other people and they just haven't come out. But Regina's mom was also very greedy and decided to go for it. Because, like we said before, Regina was a good idea because he also gave him some publicity. We did not know him before Regina.
Exactly. I don't know
that he needed for his political career. So it was a good idea for him on his end. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mama. Whew. My head is spinning here. Let me quickly just add this to this conversation before I move on to the next video I want to show you. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago where we had our last show, and I said a lot of people really don't know how these old men move. You should ask us Gen Xers. We grew up knowing how men like this, they move. Men like this, not just Uncle Ned, many of them in that category. You see them in your House of Rep, Senate, everywhere around your locality, in churches everywhere. They have the capacity to marry a woman they don't love. Yes, they have the capacity, the ability, and whatever it requires, like internally, they can literally marry a woman for marrying's sake with no love attached. I'll give you a typical example. Our Reverend King, our highly respected Yoruba King, Oni of Ife, is actually one of the men that is moving like that now. They have the capacity to marry any woman with no emotional attachment, with no altar of love. They can just marry just for marrying's sake. That's why sometimes I laugh when I see these ladies that say, oh, I'm married to my billionaire, see my daddy. I go just laugh like, you mumu. They not like you one bit. You are just an asset. You are just a property. When you marry this old man, I'm being sincere. The old men that can marry you because they love you, they are usually men, maybe they lost their wives, or maybe there is divorce and now they are older, they are rich, and they don't believe in polygamy. Those are the type that will marry you because they really feel something for you. But you see all these men who are stinkily rich and old, baby boomer, or is Uncle Ned not baby boomer? The way their brain is wired, you are their property, you are their asset. And thank you, Abby. On the last show, Abby actually brought my attention to the fact that Regina has nothing, that this man is in charge of everything, he's controlling everything. It's because all the wives, they are part of his asset. I grew up, my uncle, Ned, no even seen yourself. I lost my uncle 2000 and I think I lost my uncle 2000 and is it 8 or around 10? No, wait. Married my wife 2010. 2000. I lost my uncle around 2009 thereabout. And my uncle go senior Ned. My uncle have 3 wives. All my uncles, the one we not to get plenty wife, now ain't get 2. My own dad married 4 wives. Yeah. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not making it up. They have the capacity to marry you just because they want to add you as part of their trophy. So please, that's why I say today's conversation is going to be very, very different. All right. So let's move on. Zeno no start. Zeno is already saying the thunder no go fire anybody, Zeno. All right. Here is another video I want to show you. This is I don't know if this video is recent, but according to what I saw, they said this is Regina's mom reply to what is happening to her daughter. I don't know. Abby, have you seen this video? I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what I saw online. Did you see this video, Abby?
I did, but Tunde Ednot also posted it. So my guess is that he doesn't really post fake news, right?
I don't know about that. He's the Mazi of Instagram, but I think he just posts whatever is trending. So I can't really say maybe fake or no fake news.
Yes, I don't know. It's not verifiable.
Okay. All right. How many likes do we have now before we move on? Oh, yeah. Where the moderators, real moderators? How many likes do we have? May we know before we move on to Regina Mama segment real quick. How many likes do we have? Okay, I see we have 42 likes. Please, let's get the like to 50. You know, una never buy me Don Pedro. Thank you, Gary Mom of 5. Nobody has given us Don Pedro so far, and I have a sweet baby girl who is co-hosting with me. You know, these girls, they can be very, very expensive. I can't even buy Abby drink. Abby, what do you drink when people take you out on a date?
I don't drink. I don't drink alcohol, really.
Thank God. So what do you drink?
Rare to see me drink alcohol. I don't know. I think I don't really drink anything. Water.
So you just take cocktail? I mean, be cocktail now. I call that one where they miss for small glass.
Yeah, I tend to go for pretty drinks, so mocktails, but without the alcohol. So mocktails.
Okay. Yeah. That's gonna be conversation for another day. Abby, tell me when you're gonna have time so we can do our Gen Z love and Instagram edition. I have plenty questions because this cocktail where I just mentioned now. Did you know when wifey and I went on vacation this year, as they do church up and down, we go enter white people bar where they play their live music and everything. And so we order cocktail. I don't know, say you get how that they take carry that cup. Say you go pull like 2 finger underneath, then you raise and you drink. More can grab boy need the normal way we they. If you see the way your sister give me eye, I'm just like, what have I done? Then I didn't know that when you carry cocktail, you go the sip and small. Well, Abby,
exactly like water, like Zobo. Oh, Ben.
Now, so I don't finish my own, madam. Just CPO twice. Then madam say, you go order another one. I not go there here. They drink this in your cup. Go there empty. Don't laugh at your uncle. We don't do all those things. Where they come from? I'm just like Uncle Ned Nwoko. I bet.
Sorry, sir.
All right.
Sorry, sir.
All right. don't laugh at me. If you know what, I lose my temper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to Regina's mom response to all this balablu going on.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
All right, please listen to Regina's mom. Her name is Rita. Here we go.
With God is more than majority. Man can bring you down, but Almighty God will always be taking you high. There's nothing you think you can do to satisfy anybody. Satisfy your own self and to Almighty God. Except when your God says, no,
honey babe,
you are going astray. You are doing wrong. That's when you now retrieve back yourself. But if whatever you are doing, and you are doing to the glory of God, and He sees your heart, not what they judge about you. If God does not judge you, you don't have any right to succumb to people's depression or frustration. The person that you are only entitled to is Almighty. And yourself, your family. Okay? They will always talk. But you know what they are saying is not true. So don't allow what people say bring you down. One with God is more than majority.
Okay.
Man can bring you down.
This way.
For
all right. Now, they say this is an old video. I think Zeno said that is an old video. Now, whether old video or not old video, she definitely made this video years after she has given her daughter out to Ned. I've seen this woman. I think I saved a lot of video yesterday. I haven't even checked what my girls were posting. I saw this woman dancing with her daughter at a church event or something. But that is by the way. What I wanted to say about this video is that the moment I listen to the video and I hear her saying, "Oh, only God, you owe God this, you owe God that," I was so pissed because God has become a perfect excuse for doing nonsense in Nigeria. People will, "Hi, Sister Natu, how are you doing, ma?" Thank you, Sister Natu. Sister Natu say, "Leave God alone, I beg." And thank you, Honeybee, for becoming our latest member. Love you, Mama. Thank you so much. So in Nigeria, we use God to excuse a lot of rubbish. The mom is saying God, God, God. People will see this video now and they will be like, "You see, Rita, she's actually a woman of God. Can't you see? She said only God can judge." Stop the crap, man. Abby, just what's your take regarding this God excuse of a thing in Nigeria?
Uncle Ben, the usual scripts now. If you call God, there's people that their hearts will melt. They will lose every sense of reasoning because God has been brought into the matter. So, usual suspects, what has God got to do with this now? Like, where is it done? Even those that I remember seeing one particular man's video, his Sunday service. That particular man tried to justify it from the point of view of the Bible. But you know why those sort of things are problematic? Because times have changed. A lot of things have changed. The same way you use cars now. In the Bible, I did not hear that they use cars. We have to evolve and still be a part of the society that is functioning right now. So don't bring God into it and try to preach it from the point of view of the days of Abraham. Please, please, please.
All right. So let's take a couple of comments real quick. Sorry, real fam. I know we have a lot of people watching, but we'll try as much as possible to cover those we can. So Honey Babe says, "Stop using the name of God for nonsense behavior." Hey, Sister O'Shea, how you doing today, Mama? Sister O'Shea said, "Even humans can judge him." MJ says, "Well, Rita, you have satisfied yourself by by dashing your precious daughter to chop big eggs." Okay. And Ashley said, "Manipulation of the highest order." Uche said, "Only God is the reason for everything. I tire, my people. I tire. It's our national anthem in Nigeria." Sister Rose said, "Every minute, God, God." Honey Babe said, "What is she talking about?" Sister Natu said, "Leave God alone, I beg." Even God don't tire for us for Nigeria right now. All right, let's keep this conversation going by quickly addressing our first poll for today. All right, let me see how many votes we have on the poll already. Right now on YouTube, we have a poll running, and that poll is simply asking, who is to blame? Ned, Regina mom, or Regina? So let me show you the result of that poll real quick, and then we can start our conversation from there. All right. Abby, are you looking at the poll already? I'm trying to put it on
It's
the
not
screen.
up yet, but I can see it anyway.
Okay. All right. That's the poll. So if you haven't cast your vote, please cast your vote on the poll. This is the poll for the first segment, which is we're looking at what actually went down. So who is to blame? 44 people vote, and 82% said Regina mom, 60% said Ned, and 2% said Regina. Abby, what's your
Yes,
take
ma'am.
on this poll?
Okay, so I'm going to say a few things, right? Which I already discussed slightly on the backstage with Sister Sue. I'm going to switch things up a little bit.
All right.
Regina has some blame. I would say 20% to 25%. And the reason is because Yes, we discussed it last time. Yes, we're all, brought up differently.
Yeah.
Yes, we all have different values, right? Personally, I would be scared to bring certain men to my own parents, not to even talk of my parents pushing me into certain things, but that's a value system. However, we live in a society where it seems as though certain things are being kind of celebrated in a sense, right?
Yeah.
We're going through this phase of women, young girls wanting to live an unnecessarily luxurious lifestyle that they cannot afford. I don't know if it's social media wanting to drive this car, wanting to because see, Uncle Ben, we're talking about Regina, but Regina has younger girls that are looking up to her and are saying God went to her situation. So it means that there's a bigger issue with our society. And quite frankly, it's a very big issue because maybe the reason why these things are rampant in Nigeria is because the girls don't have that much else to look up to. Maybe it's a part of infrastructure, lack of education, so many things that also boils down to the government. But ultimately, we have an issue. And I asked a question on the backstage. Is it because social media is now a thing? That's why these things in our faces? Or has it always been like this? I don't know. I wouldn't know. But personally, I'm appalled at how young girls would do anything for money. We have young girls that are out here boldly saying that they are dating people's husbands for money. They're out here boldly saying they're dating Yahoo boys because of money. So that's why I don't know if that's why I feel like Regina, in a sense, even if she was pushed, she might have some blame because maybe she was also enticed by the lifestyle. Because Uncle Ben, like you said on the last live stream, we know of girls that have run away from home because of this thing,
Yeah.
right? So maybe she might have had another option. She even had a platform where she could have spoken out about it if she was that hurt about it, but maybe she wasn't. That's my opinion.
All
Now I'm
right.
going to switch up a bit as well with Ned and the mother. Uncle Ben, in my own opinion, Ned has a lot more than the mother because of coercion. Yes, the mother is useless because it's in a place to protect her daughter. But the thing is that people always forget the dynamics when money is involved. I'm sorry, I have to say that. Ned is a man that is also significantly older than her mother and has a lot of money and power, especially in that their area of Delta States where they're from. I have to give Ned way more blame than I saw on that poll. I have to because he's a man of power and has some money. So that could also mean coercion and it to a very large extent, maybe slight threats in a sense. That's why I would do that. But yeah, that's just me.
All right. Thank you very much. Refam, let me quickly make this announcement. On today's show, we're gonna be doing single member call-ins. We won't do a panel so that we won't have too much or argument back and forth. Just to have a clean audio, we're gonna be doing single member called in. So when I add you, you drop your take, we examine a couple of things. I'll drop you, bring the next person, and then where we get to the final segment, we can do a panel. But right now, we're gonna do single members. Okay. We have Auntie Rose in the building. Sister Rose, or I should call you like New Yorker. Hey Rose, what's up? How you doing?
Either way is good. Either way is good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, Sister Rose.
Okay.
So, Sister Rose, I
Good
believe
evening,
you've been
Sister Rose.
following.
Hi, good evening, Abby. How are you? I love your hair though. I love your profile pic. Your hair is gorgeous. You gotta
Thank
tell me where you gotta tell me where you got it.
Don't mind
So
this.
you.
you
Only
pay,
buy my hair from Nigeria.
you got it from Nigeria?
I only patronize Nigerian vendors for hair matters. Yeah.
Wow, very nice. It's very nice. I like it.
All right. So, Sister Rose,
Yes.
you are following the Regina and Ned developing stories, right? So, first off,
Not as fully as you are, but there are aspects of it that are of interest to me that I want to comment on.
all right, cool. Let's start with who's to blame in the first place, Ned, Regina mom, Regina or Ned and the mom. And then the poll we have with 44 votes so far, 82% indicate Regina mom is to blame for all this. So what's your stake? And let's take
Ned is to blame 100%. Okay, you know what? Ned is to blame 98%. Regina won the 1%.
You said the more than 1%?
Yes, and I'll explain to you why.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. You know how you all keep saying Nigeria. May Nigeria not happen to you.
Yep.
Everyone uses that statement when it's something very catastrophic or something very bloody or where there's a casualty. There is more to it. Okay. I blame Ned, the so-called billionaire. Now, my professor, okay, said to me, two of my professors says that billionaires and millionaires are created through monopolies. They hoard resources and take the resources all for themselves. Now, in a country where there's infrastructure, jobs, and opportunity, don't get me wrong, you still have gold diggers. You can't erase that. But where there are more opportunities, women will not condescend. If you go all over YouTube, all you will hear about is women, independence. You will hear about the time when in America women didn't have rights. As soon as they got rights, they got their own jobs and they got away from a man. They didn't have to be under a man's thumb. The reason I blame him is that him and his ilk, they caused that. When you are in a society that is very difficult and frustrating as Nigeria is, that forces you. The mother is just as much a victim. Now, I'm not saying the mother is right. What she did is wrong, but could her mother have done what she did? You know how they say in Nigeria, and secure your future, or make sure you secure your future. Because of the frustration, the instability, you're never sure of your income at all times. Probably the mother did this thinking that this is the only way that the daughter could permanently get out of poverty. People are acting like they don't remember Nigeria and what that country and the frustration it brings. So I blame him. He's an adult. And I listened to an interview that he had. He said that he marries these women because he feels sorry for them. That's what he said. This is not hearsay. I heard him say it. So you feel sorry for them. With all the money that you have, you can't create jobs, you can't create infrastructure for them. What you do is take advantage of them for your own selfish reason. Regina's mom is wrong. But I think if people were not so impoverished and so desperate for money, I think there's a good chance she would not do that. And there's a good chance. Look at the number of girls who, if they get an opportunity to go overseas to become doctors, lawyers, engineers, they take it. They don't subject themselves to that. So she is wrong. But again, desperation, fear, trying to be secure, I believe, led her to it. She is as much as a victim. She's silly, she's stupid, but let's not pretend that that's not a difficult place.
Sister Rose, are you still there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm finished.
Can I just add something to your statements? You also know that he's also a prince of that village, right? And I wonder, although they said that is her mom that approached him, but there's no evidence of that, right? I wonder if he's the one that approached her. Remember that I think that she was a good candidate because he also wanted to launch this political career, which also meant that he needed some sort of social media presence or needed to be known because obviously you have to vote to get in there. So he needs to be known to a very large extent. So in a way, it's kind of worked in his favor that he married someone that was already on her way to being a superstar and had her own fan base and followers. And obviously that gave him social media presence. So my thing now is that imagine Regina's mom said no, and he's the prince of that area of the of Delta State and all. I feel like it would have even caused her more problems.
Excellent.
That's
excellent. I didn't even
have been shamed for that. How dare you say no to our prince? That's why I'm like, I know her mom is to blame because mothers, we know them to be protective, right? They will to the extent to protect their children. So weird that once there's money and power, it's imbalance. Consent becomes difficult. I say this all the time on these sort of shows. You can't fully give consent when somebody, the person you're giving consent, that seeking consent, has a lot of money and power.
Exactly. And That is a, thank you for saying that, Abby. That is also a very good point, because another thing in Nigeria too is intimidation. What these wealthy people do when they have money, and they will use it against you. So that could be a possibility as well. Like I said, the mom may not have been the smartest thing, but Abby, you brought a great point that might have influenced her decision. But Nigeria happened to them because that's why I wrote in the comments, someone was laughing, God bless America. Yes. Because I didn't, being born here and being a citizen, when I'll say this and then I'll let the next person speak. When it was time for me to leave, when I had finished, my mother hates Nigeria. She said, once you people finish, you're out of here. My father was iffy. Not iffy. He's like, no, you're not going. I'm not sending you to America for you to come back in a coffin. Because when they were in America, it was kind of dangerous at that time. My mother was iffy. I told my mom, Mommy, I want to go. Because while marriage and children are important to me, independence is important. And that's what I wanted in my life. And I was able to take that. But if I didn't have that, I don't know what I would do. I don't think I would do it. I want to say 100% I'd rather starve than be in the face of somebody like that. But then again, would I have been under certain? Okay, I'll say this real quick. If my mom is sick, really sick, I may not want to deal with you, but I want to save my mom's life. I might be forced to. So when there is no infrastructure and no opportunities, it could have been a major influence in what pushed her. And then the final thing Abby said, our worship of wealth in Nigeria. Many people, it's not just the people, it's the society. Society got to take responsibility. We treat people like garbage who don't have money. We don't respect humanity. So those things push people. I have to get this. I have to get this because if this one bought one house, your mate has two houses. You only have one. You're driving range Mercedes. Your mate is driving a sports truck. The pressure on you is so intense that it pushes people to this kind of nonsense. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Sister Rose. I have Honey Babe at the backstage. I would have loved to do pushback with you, but because of our time, I'm gonna bring Honey Babe in. But I'm still not gonna let you go, Sister Rose. I know you're gonna be in the chat. My pushback is, why on earth would you say the blame everything is like 98% on Ned and just 1% on the mother? And I think the excuse you give for that was that because of the economic hardship in Nigeria.
Ben, do you want me to respond to the question?
No, don't worry. I'll just, maybe when we get to panel, then you can respond. I just want you to start thinking about it first.
Okay.
You gave an excellent contribution. That was my only concern. But thank you very much, Sister Rose.
No problem.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, Honey Babe, the Onyeka Sola of United Kingdom, the one and only accountability prefect, the Boss Major General.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
You know what? If I was hiding, you don't expose me, yeah? If I was ducking and diving on these social media streets, you don't expose me.
Honey Babe, I got to say it, Mama. So welcome, Honey Babe.
Thank you very much.
I know this conversation has been going on for a while, but you know how we do our show here. The first show was just like introduction because we really don't have a lot of facts at that point. But now we have a couple of facts to work with. So let's start with the voting we heard, and the question is simple: who is to blame? Same question to you, Honey Babe. Who is to blame, and what are other things you observe about this situation?
In terms of who's to blame, I think it's all of them, but the percentages are going to be definitely different. I personally think that the mother, personally, 80%, and I think maybe like 10% between obviously Regina and Ned. Now, let me start with the mother. It's a great responsibility being a parent. And I think people don't understand that. If you say that you're going to be a parent, the whole point of being a parent is to educate and protect your child. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to put the responsibility of what happened, 80% of it, on the mother, because we can all give the excuse poverty, and I say this all the time, is that you can't use God or poverty as an excuse for not having, unfortunately, a value system. And the problem is that our society in Nigeria, because of poverty and the excuse of poverty, and yes, it's very easy for me to say that, is that we don't have any values. Because if you had a value system, because like Abby said, and for many people, they've been in the same situation, they would choose a plan B, no matter the pressure from their parents. Would they even have the guts to even bring that type of man to their parents' house in the first place? And normally the case would be it's because of the type of values that have been instilled in them by their parents. And I think in certain situations, if it was another girl, they would run away. They would say no, regardless of the pressure. So I personally think the issue is the value system. And I personally think that it's very unfortunate in Nigeria that because of poverty, the excuse for everything is that, oh, because of money, let us sell our daughter, or this man is interested. And I think I mentioned values before, in the sense that I personally think that the mother, because of the way she's been brought up, and it's been systematic since we got independence, of how bad Nigeria is, little by little, when it comes to what is happening in Nigeria. It's got to a stage, it's like, by any means necessary. If I have to sell my daughter, if I have to sell my soul, I will do whatever it takes to have money. And I personally think, for me, I put the blame squarely on the mother. But in terms of Regina, I personally think, yes, she's 19, but there's other women. And I know that everyone is different in various stages of their life. One person could be 19 and be very mature. Another person could be 19 and very immature. One person could be 19 and very kind of like worldly. Another one may not be. I get it. But in terms of being 19, there are other girls that would be in the same position and would say, I don't give, mommy, I'm not going to do it, no matter the pressure by the mother. And I think it's very, very important that even at the age of 19, your mother is supposed to be your safe space. Your mother is supposed to advise you for the betterment of yourself. And all I see is a mother that has advised her daughter wrong, to the extent where she's in the predicament that she is now. And shame on her. As a mother, I can't even call her a mother, because why would you advise your daughter to be in a situation where she is now, all because of the love of money? And I think personally, Ned, who's a dirty man, and I would say this on this thing, is that the problem with this is this entitlement, that because I have money, I can buy a woman. And the problem is that in the country of Nigeria, we've enabled him to be able to do that. And people may say that, yes, that happens in other countries. But the fact that the only plan B you have is to sell your daughter, regardless of the fact that the father was not happy or didn't give consent, you still went ahead and allowed your daughter to marry your daughter. And look at the circumstances now. I personally think that us as parents, we have a great responsibility when it comes to our children. I think that if you're not ready to be a parent and protect your child, you should not call yourself a parent. And this mother of Regina, she has really let her daughter down by allowing herself to be seduced by money.
All right, honey babe, I have just one quick observation. I won't say push back, because I never chop this morning. We started this show early. I never chop. I don't get energy. But I have just one observation. I noticed that everybody who has been talking or speaking about this Regina Daniel situation, nobody is making references to the dad. You just spoke now. Sister Rose also just dropped her take, but none of you said anything about the father. What's going on? I'm beginning to get angry now.
Because from Sorry. Go on.
No, let Honey Babe go first, please. Honey Babe.
From what I know, and like correct me, Abby, yourself, anyone in the comments, he wasn't really in Regina's life. Correct me if I'm wrong. And when it came to the marriage,
doesn't matter.
No, let me know. No, I know. But what I heard was that he said no. The mother didn't respect his decision and decided that I don't really care about what you say. My daughter is going to marry this man. So I don't know what you want me to say. He said no. What do you want him to do? I don't know what you want me to say. He said no. He didn't consent to this marriage. And the mother still decided to continue with the marriage. So I don't know the only thing I can say is that he should have been in Regina's life if he wasn't. But in terms of what's happening on ground, which is the marriage, he didn't agree with the marriage. So I don't know what more I should say about this gentleman.
I was expecting you guys to actually blame Regina's mom as in that regard too, because when the dad said no,
but I did mention
we should add that to.
I did say that she did not. I did mention the dad, and in my summation, I did say that even to the extent of overriding the dad's consent, you still decided. I mean, like I said, marriage is a very important thing. It's basically the mum and the dad and families. So the fact that you decided you married your daughter as if the Regina did not have a dad. The dad had not deleted. He was still alive. And the fact that you decided not to respect this man's wishes tells you everything that you need to know about Regina's mum, because she obviously doesn't respect the fact that he didn't agree. But at the same time, I'm not going to give him a pass, because from what I heard, he wasn't in Regina's life, and that's a problem for me. He should have been in.
Sorry,
I'm not expecting you to give him a pass, but I just want us to factor that into this conversation.
Yeah, I am.
Because we have a lot of guests, but maybe I might have to.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Another show, but no problem. Yeah, thank you very much.
Can I just correct something quickly?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't think we can say that Regina's dad was not in her life. Her parents were not together. It's not the same as not being in her life, because the reason I'm saying this is because Regina still had enough access to him to ask for his permission. I sent that post. I'm going to find it again in case you don't have it, where he came out and said he spoke to Regina, blah, 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 blah. One. Secondly, in this video that just came out, she was even saying how in my father's house I'm a queen. It means that there's some sort of relationship there, in my opinion. Parents not being together does not equate to the dad not being in the child's life. It's not about how, it now depends on how much, right? Also, let's apply our general knowledge to this thing with other people that we have seen, right? If a father is not active in a child's life, or if parents are not together and one parent is the more important parent, what's supposed to happen? There's so little that the father can do. Again, Ned has money.
No, Abby, you are trying to get under my skin now. I don't want to hear
that. I'm being realistic, Uncle Ben. You can't pick and choose.
You can't pick and choose
when a father has power. We know how this parenting thing works.
No, Abby, this is where I have issue with you.
Uncle Ben, tell me what the father should have done.
Listen. Look, there is one thing about being poor and being stupid. I'm sorry to say. In this case, wait, Abby, just hold on. The life that you guys met now is a completely different world. The world where we grew up as a kid, then a teenager, and becoming adults, we grew up with parents that in their poorness, you can't write them. I'm telling you. That is why they are really stubborn. I don't know. People in the chat, you can tell me if you are my age and above.
I gave you a different dynamic as well.
This dynamic is not working.
This man is of that area, Uncle Ben. There's a power play. It's not that straightforward.
Abby, there is no power play here. This man said that you saw the video I played earlier. He said he met Regina and got married to her in less than 3 freaky weeks. What do you want to tell me? Anyway, we may have part 2 of this show. I know a lot of people want to speak their mind. Make me and you never start at all. This is why I was looking for somebody to give me safe landing. Sister Chinye, where have you been? Hey,
there's no
what do you want to
special
me
need for
now?
the facts. The facts are the facts. A father is
Okay.
out of a child's life for 10 years. All of a sudden, he's going to come and start fighting.
He is not out of his child's life. Don't go by what the mother is saying and social media is saying. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. He's not fully, but he was still not the present parent.
Okay.
His power is limited.
Abby, okay. You want make I just calm down. Mad drink ice. Mama Jojo, how you doing, my mama? It's been a while. You're welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Uncle Ben. How you been doing?
I'm trying to survive until this Gen Z want to finish me now.
Uncle Ben, there is a similar. Let me take everybody back to a memory where there was a lady. See, I think a similar billionaire married this lady, and she had a son. But I think when he passed away, the condition was if she stayed, she could enjoy the wealth. If she remarried, I think remember that case, right?
Or something.
Yeah, exactly. So, Uncle Ben, I personally I blame Regina's I blame I personally let me start by saying Regina was 18 years old, right?
She's 19 at the time of the wedding.
She was 19 by the way at the time of the wedding, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So despite the African culture, times have changed. And the law says when you are 19 or whatever, you are an adult, right? Okay. So
that doesn't apply in Nigeria. I don't think Nigeria observed that 18. Sorry. Let me quickly do this. Shitinka, because of some of this legal thing, I would like to add you before you get to put your take. Sorry, Mama Jojo, just to clarify that for us. My sister Chitinka.
Hi, Uncle Benno. Hi, Abby. Hi, everyone.
Mama, just real quick. I know it's not your turn yet, but real quick, do Nigeria also observe that rule of 18 years old that when a baby is 18, they are adult?
To a large extent, yes. So when you're 18 is when you're allowed to vote. And there are certain things you can run for. And then in terms of contracting and even marriage under the act, you're not considered, what's the word? You don't have the capacity to enter a contract when you're under 18. You're a child. Okay, so you can't have a contract. So even I think for marriage under the act, where again, bear in mind, Mr. Barrister Prince Uncle Baba Nwoko didn't marry Regina under the act. So I don't. Although it should apply in terms of minimum age for marriage in Nigeria, I'm not sure exactly what the minimum age is generally constitutionally for marriage, because I know that in the last few years, after the former governor of Zamfara married a 13-year-old, I think there were efforts to increase the legal age to 18 or something like that. But I'm not sure how successful those efforts were.
Okay. So, but right now, is Nigeria also operating on basis of that act? Like once you are 18, you are an adult, just the way we have it in United States and many other Western countries?
It's not quite the same. So I say 18 qualifies you to do certain things. There's certain other things that 21 is what qualifies you. There are different ages for qualifications for different things, but to a large extent, 18 you're legally responsible as an adult under the law, Nigerian law. Yes, to a large extent.
Thank you very much. All right, Mama Jojo, let's continue. I just wanted to clarify that real quick. Thank you, my Shitinka. Let's go ahead.
Thank you so much. All right. So this man is a Muslim man, and am I correct? Is he Muslim?
Yeah, he's a Muslim.
Okay, all right. So what I see here playing, I see abuse of power. I see the male dominant society, and I see a greedy mother. And I will 100% rescue Regina's father. Whether he was involved or not, that man came to the public and said, this man is 11 years older than me. I don't agree for my daughter to get married to him. And the whole world knows. I just read something that he said it, right? Now, when we look at affluence, we look at opulence, right? Because he was a poor man, even though he said those things. So that's why, whether he was an absent father, he was a present father, Regina is an adult, but the father was against it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Uncle Ben, let me take you somewhere. I just saw something about Ned Nwoko's daughter married and having her second child, right? Okay. Ned Nwoko was present at his daughter's wedding, and all of the traditional rites for a father to give the blessings, all of those rites were performed, and he went along and his daughter got married, right? Now, he as an adult, knowing if he's a traditional man, and if his own daughter got married and they followed the tradition, he was honored, he gave his blessing. Don't you think as a man, he should have given Regina's father that similar respect? But here is it. He's untouchable according to him. He has wealth, he has power, he has influence. That's what how I look at it. Now coming to the mother, right?
Yeah.
Regina's mother played a role. Because Uncle Ben, I will tell you something about my own daughter, right? Okay. When my daughter started making some, my daughter went to college, right? And I taught her about money management and everything. I taught her how to budget. I taught her how to live, how to spend her money and everything. That's what we grew up in. When my daughter went to college, when I got the first bank statement and her money, she was spending like people in Congress. She was not balancing the money or anything. I called her father. I said, from the day on, I raised this girl to save money. I raised her to budget. I raised her to spend money in a certain way. And until she does what she's doing, I will never give her a dime. So you can give her a dime, but my values is my value. Because if you're getting $500 a week and you in college, you're not working, I expected you to not be ordering and I will take food and stuff for you. I will not give her a dime anymore until you learn how to budget. And I took that position. I made her father know that position. And since then, until she decided to budget, I gave her money again. So Regina's mother is the main culprit here. Regina was not in poverty. Let's establish that. She was not in poverty because I saw something where she started acting at 7 years old. And I saw another video where she was talking to another man in a script. She said, "You old man, you already have two wives." And, I don't know if we all saw that script, right? So she was not in abject poverty. No. So, knowing that her mother is an actor, unless they're telling me actor and actresses don't make money though. So knowing these facts about that Regina was not in abject poverty, it was Regina mom like Ruth and Boaz who took her daughter to Ned, put her in a pathway for this man to see her. Regina mom is to be blamed 80% partnered, 20%. Because guess what? Like I did with my daughter. If Regina mom had come up to say, this older man wants to marry my daughter like the father did, I am not in agreement and let the whole world know that this man, he has money, he wants to marry my daughter, and I'm not in agreement. And if Regina has chosen to do it, we will not be blaming her today. You see why people are not blaming the father? Because the father made his position known. And I would say Ned Nwoko abused his power. He found a woman who did not know how to stand up for her child. He found a greedy mother. He found a mother who had no backbones. He found a mother who did not value her child. Uncle Ben, if you talk to my daughter will tell you, say, my mom is straight. Not that I'm straight. My daughter lives with me in my house. I say, you have to give me $500 every month. And every month that $500 was in my hands. I said, because you are an adult, you are working full time. I don't want the money. I put the money away in her savings account for her. And the day my daughter refused to give me that $500, I told her you have to leave because you are working full time. We have we have to be people of our word. And
My
guess what?
Jojo, did you just say you asked your daughter to leave because she failed to give you $500?
Because she was working full time, making $6,000 a month,
It
and
still doesn't matter. That's a conversation for another day.
no,
But I
no,
don't
no,
think.
no, 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 no. You see, and this is the problem. But guess what happened? If
Mhm.
my daughter was renting outside, making $6,000 a month, and she didn't pay the rent to her landlord, wouldn't she get evicted?
Of course, we know. That's a conversation for another day
Yeah,
anyway.
but
Thank
that's
you for
you
your
see the
take.
thing about it, Uncle Ben. That's the problem. You see, everybody choose their values and their morals and
Mhm.
how to govern their own household, right?
Yeah,
So that's what I would do in my household, and that what works for me. And the thing is, Uncle Ben, I can't tell you in your house how to raise your children or what to eat today,
absolutely.
right? I can't do that to you. So
Absolutely.
Regina mother did not have the spine. She was carried away by the wealth, by the position, and everything, and she misled her daughter. So I would not give any blame to Regina. No, knowing the African culture, I would not give any blame to Regina. I will
Hmm.
not give any blame to the father because the father made his position known. Ned is a pedophile. He disrespected those people. He abused his power and he used his money. And Regina wanted the final things of life. She
All right.
wanted the final things of life. So hey, and then her mother wanted the final things of life because, as I understand, he gave her mom a mansion. So you can see a mother there, kind of, it's like a battle system, getting her daughter away for these things. So it's Regina's mom 80% and
All
it's
right.
20%. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you very, very much, Mama Jojo. I'm gonna come find you on Facebook. I know you will always be on Dr. Shola's page. So now there I go catch you. We need to have this conversation about parenting and asking for it. But I really like your take. And your final take is that Regina's mom should go with 80% of the blame. Thank you very much. I will drop you now so I can bring Shitika in. I also see my brother that choke in the building. So once I bring that choke in, I think we're gonna switch off the conversation to cover the father's aspect of this whole drama. She thinker, my sister, thanks for being patient and thanks for being here once again. So she thinker,
Uncle
who
Beno, good evening.
she
How are
think
you, fam?
we're cool. Oh. I just want to ask this, no verse, my sister.
Yes.
Are you a millennial?
Yes.
Okay. You and Sissy, you
It's
people
a
are the same.
lie. She's a Gen Z. You can hear it from her
Gen
voice.
Z?
It's just like Sissy, millennial but Gen Z in spirit.
Jersey spirits till
You read this.
tomorrow.
But you read this one.
She think
Gen
I
Millennium in chronology.
Z.
she think, please don't be Gen Z. They know the hear word. You see, Regina don't they collect bars both now. Abby is trying to defend her people. So she think I'm her sister. What's your take on this thing so far? In terms
Uncle
of
Beno,
who's to
um, let me absolve Regina's father. Let me tell you why.
all right,
Some
sis.
years ago, people from that specific town where the prince is from were complaining about a land dispute. And what I observed from that episode as an outsider looking in was that nobody was able to stand up to him in his entire town.
To stand up to Regina's dad?
Husband.
Ned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
What I observed from that matter, it was a land dispute involving the whole town. And I don't know the details of the dispute, but from what I observed as an outsider, again, allegedly, no one was able to stand up to him. No one. And from what we hear again, Regina's father is from that town.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, Regina's father and Regina's mother, from what we understand as outsiders, are not together. So when it came to time for Regina to get married, and Regina's mother wanting her to get married, the amount of influence her father would have had, especially over an estranged or divorced wife, who has, for all intents and purposes, convinced Regina that this was the right thing to do, would be very limited. And so he did the only thing within his power, which was to come to social media and say, I did not consent to this. This was like Pilate asking for water, washing his hands, saying, my hand no day.
Yeah. All that. Sorry, my sister. Let me quickly put that on the screen because you know how we roll here. We always want people to see what we are talking about, so that it won't look like, oh, they pull it out of one place. So for those who don't know, if you can see the screen right now, this is Regina's dad, Jude Ojogu. Is that how to pronounce it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ojogu.
Yeah, Ojogu, yeah.
Ojogu, okay, cool. So that's Regina's dad. Just to back up what Shitika is saying for everybody to know, he made this post
Actually,
on.
Ojogu. Before my Igbo aunties come for me. Yeah, I'm correcting myself. Thank you very much.
You are a fake Igbo in the first place, so don't even stress yourself. My Igbo better pass your own self. So Jude Ojogu is Regina's dad, and he made this post on 28th of May 2019. That was the year the daughter got married. So this is what he said. He said, Regina Daniel Ojogu is my biological daughter. Whatever is ongoing is not to my knowledge and without my consent. The fact speaks for itself looking at the picture. Her mother, Rita Daniel, is treading on a dangerous path, and I hope she will retrace her steps. Even the initiation ceremony into Otodu appears completely strange to Regina Daniel Ojogu. Regina is from Ogwachuku. Ugwachuku. That's how to pronounce it, right?
Ogwashuku.
Ogwachuku.
Yes, Uncle Ben.
No, it's Ogwachuku.
Uncle Ben Ogwashuku.
Ogwachuku. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. So he says even the initiation ceremony into Otoadu appears completely strange to Regina Daniel Ojogu. Regina is from Ogwachuku. Regina is from Ogwachuku and not from Olo as being rumored. All the opportunities for Mr. Ned Nwoko to discuss with me proved abortive, not realizing that we once lived in the same house in Awoyoku Street, Onipan, Lagos. The implication of all this is that she impregnated herself. The name Regina was my late mother's name. I have tried to exercise restraint, but Regina's mother kept pushing me to the wall. I'm alive and not dead. If in doubt of this post, called barrister. Okay, if in doubt of this post, called barrister Jude Ojogun. So that was shared on 28th May of 2019. This is why they say social media never forget. So Shitinka, I just wanted to share that real quick so everybody knows that you are actually speaking fact and evidence are there on the internet. Go ahead, my sister.
Thank you, Uncle Beno. So he did what he could do because in that post he referred to efforts to speak with Barrister Ned. He referred to efforts to discuss with Regina's mother, and all those efforts proved abortive. So he did what he could do, and then when he hit a brick wall, which he literally said he did, he came out and washed his hands of the matter when he said that means she impregnated herself, saying that Regina's mother is carrying on as if she is the only one who gave birth to Regina, independent of him. So this is a man that tried what he knew to do. Now, the thing is, unfortunately, some limits on tradition apply only to people who are not particularly wealthy. The people who are very rich will buy the tradition and change it to suit them, which is why they can get married without a father's presence or a father giving away a child according to culture. Yes, according to culture. I'm looking at Marriott's comment. According to culture, the father has to give away the child. But again, who makes culture? In the past, it used to be the community, but then, well, even in the past, there was always the influence of money. And so sometimes, a lot of times, exceptions are made for people with wealth. And if her mother carries some male relative, and says, take 500,000 naira, come and stand for Regina's father, who will challenge that? The other thing is, Regina's mother, even though we're blaming her, like Abby said, yes, she has a lot of blame to take in this matter. But when you think about the balance of power between her and the person she was negotiating with, Her greed is what made her open to compromise. But how easy is it to say no to someone flashing all that money in your face? For many people, and I would say for myself, I would say no. I would hope that I would say no. As far as I know of myself, and even the things I don't know of myself, I would say no. But there are times when people are in certain situations, like I forget your name, but the sister in New York, Sister Rose, was saying that if your mother was severely ill, and that was the only thing you could do to save her, there are people who would say, "Well, I'll close my eyes and do it because I want to save my mother." So we can't be oblivious to what was sold to Rita Daniel herself and what she was selling to Regina. So I think while the conversation around blame is kind of helpful for us to know, for us to see what we would do or try and encourage people to do differently if they're presented with the same set of facts, we have to know that unfortunately, it doesn't always work like that. And so maybe the question should be, how do we remedy this? Which I'm thankful that Uncle Ben titled this show as, because hopefully there'll be some ways to consider remedying it. The other thing I have to say before I go, Uncle Ben, or the last thing I'll say is that when I was growing up, I grew up in the North. There were stories of people, and there was one person I knew who did not want to get married to somebody, but was drugged or rugged, let me say, on YouTube.
Yeah.
She was rugged into marrying that person. And there were many people who experienced that. It thankfully didn't run in circles that I knew, but there was somebody I knew. She went to visit certain relatives. Those relatives rugged her, and she was never herself again. And she married against her parents' will, married some strange person. That happened quite a bit. And there was one such situation that was very talked about on social media in the last few years, of somebody in Port Harcourt, a young girl in Port Harcourt who married somebody called, I can't remember, I think his nickname was Yellow, and she moved to Kano against her parents' knowledge and her parents' desires because she had been apparently, allegedly rugged. So sometimes the influence is of money, some other times it's of African magic, if you believe in that, or rugs.
Yeah, African magic works, and you're right. There are situations back then in Africa, especially in Nigeria, in some area where it's more or less like they are even kidnapping the wife. There are men who don't want to get married, and the way they will just come, everybody will just connive. Sometimes they will, give them something to drink. They will just pass out and wake up in the man's house. So all those practices are there, but this is not the case right now. This one is so crazy. Thank you, Shitika, as always. The only one pushback I'm having is that it's like you are even trying to excuse Regina's mom. Is that what I'm getting?
No. I'm not excusing her. I'm only saying that she has blame to a large extent, but I'm going to put more blame on the Maria, on the on the prince.
Ned.
Yes, she has a lot of blame. Her greed led her down that path. But you see,
I won't blame Ned, though. I won't blame Ned, to be frank. Ned has his own. To me, Ned blame start after the marriage, not before the marriage. That's why I'm saying I won't blame Ned. If I come to you, Shitika, and say I want to marry your daughter, and you said no, can I force
you? There are some people I can say no to, and I won't think about it. I won't bat an eyelid. If you're in the same town with somebody who is now like the owner of the town,
it still don't matter.
How do you not bat an eyelid? It's not like in America where if life isn't going quite well for you in New York, you can move all the way to North Carolina or South Carolina and say you're going to start over.
Shitika, I'm sorry. These folks, they are not living in the village. Regina Daniel lives in Lagos with her mom.
Uncle Beno, people go back. Your village in Nigeria defines you more than it does anywhere else in the world. We have to know that.
Especially Igbo people, she think.
Especially for Igbo people. It's almost like even if you spend 90% of your time in a city 10,000 miles away, that 10% that you spend in your village is what defines your life for Igbo people.
Okay.
Me, I've not been to my village since Adam was a schoolboy. since I was 7 years old, I've not been to my village. That's different for Igbo people.
Shintinka, this is what we're gonna do. Thank God, I will find when you are free. We will do part 2 tomorrow. Me and you, we need to go down this rabbit hole. Maybe I will wear my traditional lawyer. Wait, now they call that one and they wear Gabi. I go wear it tomorrow. Me and you go dig up. But thank you for your take as always. Let me quickly bring in. Where is Chucky?
He has left. I want to say that it's Chucky that needs to explain these things to you for you to agree. Because even
okay.
And then Uncle Ben, 2 words. Sorry, Abby. So just 2 words. Just 2 words or 3 words. I'll say. In law, there's something called capacity to enter a contract, which I explained already. Now, when you capacity to consent, so can you even give your consent? But then even when there's capacity to consent, right, you can turn around later and say you were under duress, and that can be a remedy for repudiating the contract. So if you were under, can we say that there was no duress for Rita Daniel? Can we say that? I don't know.
No, there's no duress. She's greedy.
Uncle Ben, she think I literally told you about how this man was collecting people's land. You think that kind of person you can say no to? Someone that collects people's land.
No.
I didn't say he collected though. I just said they said nobody could stand up to him from what I heard.
But
yeah,
yes,
but
that's what you were saying.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
The lands in that is village. He's the owner.
See, I've been trying to act like a gentleman since. I've been trying drinking water.
I know you're a warrior. Well, not everybody's a warrior like you.
Hey, this excuse that you guys are giving, I'm not buying it too. That because one man is powerful, he's powerful. If you say want to marry your doctor, you can say,
You run away. You have to run away, Uncle Beno, if you're not interested.
No. I'm gonna do Tinubu now.
No.
It's not flying. No. But let's keep it moving real quick. Shintika. Okay, Papi is in the building. I'm gonna bring Papi in, and Papi, we're gonna take this show to the next level. Since you are a man, we're gonna begin to consider this angle of this conversation now. The role of fathers in African marriage. There are so many aspects of this conversation that we haven't covered yet. We have not even spoke about the reason why we are here in the first place today. More than say this matter long, which is Anioma tradition. Why Reggie cannot divorce Uncle Ned. That is the main thing. Because I know some people will put back, there is a lie. I've seen a lot of people say, you got to leave, girl. You got to leave. I went to TikTok. I see them Nigerian advisor and other people. No, that is a divi. She got to leave. She got to leave. My dear, she can't leave Jack. That is why we have this show. If we can't cover it today, we will start again all over tomorrow. She can't leave Jack. We are getting there now. But before we go down there, let's quickly switch this conversation to the father and the mother a little bit. And then we'll now come back to this Anioma tradition.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
All right. Thank you, Rifam. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. Thank you for all the support, all the likes. We know nobody buy us coffee. I've been talking all day long. Abby has been talking. When I know buy us coffee, must sue anybody. Shout out to all our members, the people who have chosen to become our member. God bless you. We don't take this for granted. Like I said, $2.99 may seems like a very small amount of money, but it's a lot of money, and it's the reason why we have to come back here every day. And this particular YouTube channel is different from a lot of YouTube channels because here we are a family. We are not just like, random internet user that just get to see each other. It's almost as if we know everybody here. So please, thank you for supporting us with your membership, and thank you for keeping the channel clean. We don't do trolling here. Anybody with the energy of calling people out, trolling them, cursing them, please, you are not welcome. We can say that proudly. We are not looking for subscribers. because of say you want to come here and curse anybody out or cause them or abuse them. We don't do that shit. You do that, we go block you. Now me go take my hand and block you. This is a very small channel. It's just 12,000 subscribers, but we like our peace. We like the fact that we come here and we can interact, we can cover issues. We have our own small buzz, but it's all done in the spirit of respectfulness. So thank you, everybody. Now let's move back to this Regina matter. It's very important we talk about the dad. We have to talk about the dad, and nobody is in a better position to help me start the conversation about the role of the father in all of this than Uncle Dayo himself. Abby, welcome Uncle Dayo first. Welcome Uncle Dayo before we enter this one.
Uncle Dayo, our papi, our favorite papi, our man of God. What else can we say? Uncle Dayo of Lagos, Uncle Dayo of Real Farm, Chocolate Papi. Uncle Dayo, are you tall? Tall, tall, blast of wine.
Abby, one Don Pedro for you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you very much.
All right. They come no verse. A big shout out to my own paddy, my boy, my guy, Luke Ofade, all the way from Nigeria. Luke, buy us coffee. What's 2,000 naira? 2,000. Now, everybody might say, oh, what's 2,000? Make I tell you, 2,000 are big money. Now, because of Gen Z and Tinubu, that's why it be like say 2,000 no be money. When I was growing up, 2,000, you go walk, your life go almost one quench before you can make 2,000. So thank you, Luke. We really appreciate that. God bless you. All right, Uncle Dayo, before I bring you in, let me play this video real quick. I just want you to hear Ned. Ned has said some kind of thing in the past that I think people just don't want to call him out, and everything is beginning to come out now. Listen to this, please.
For her particularly, I married her because she is from my place. I wanted a wife from my place, and if you must hear this, I know that I knew that I wanted, because I was under pressure from the family, from my people to marry.
From your own family or from her family?
From my family. I was under pressure to marry from my place, from the traditional rulers, from them generally, you know. And I had criteria of
you have the check the boxes. Yes, and she ticks all the boxes.
This Uncle Ned go kill me, I swear. Hey, Abby, let's shout out to Sister Yvette. That's $10. So here we do everything $9.99, but that's actually $10. God bless you, Sister Yvette. Oh man, remember we give you round of applause. Yeah, thank you, Sister Yvette. We appreciate you. Abby, shout out to Sister Yvette.
Sister Yvette, our mama of the house, our able mama, our rich mama, our millionaire mama. Thank you very much, ma.
Okay, all the young folks watching this, no go and chase Sister Yvette too. No go chase her. You chase her, and me go come after you.
To hype woman.
All right, so this Uncle Ned, this man, they bust my brain. In this video, Uncle Ned said he did not actually wanted to marry Regina, that he was pressured to marry Regina. And when they asked him, who pressured you? Is it the parents? He said no. He said the village people, the chief, everybody want me to marry somebody from my place, so that's why I marry Regina. Remember what I said earlier during my monologue, that some of these old men, we will be Gen Xers, we grew up seeing them, we know how they move. That some of these old men, they can literally marry you for just marrying. No love, nothing. They just marry you, keep you in one place. You lay there. That's all. So we'll come to that. Uncle Dayo, looking at what Ned have said now, I've played two videos. In one video, what was he claiming in the video I played previously, Seth? That he met Regina and married her within 3 weeks. And then in this video now, he said he married Regina because he was under pressure to marry from his village. And then I also showed the receipt in 2019 when Regina's dad said, look, the mom, hey, shout out to my sister Marriott. It's been a while, Sister Marriott. What happened? You know what buy me Don Pedro. That's why I know see you, Mr. Marriott. Welcome, Mama. So in the receipt that I showed, Regina's dad said the mama married her away, and that even Ned himself did not come to come and meet him as the father. Now, Uncle Dayo, I say, Dad, if you look at this whole situation, what would be your take, sir?
Thank you very much, Uncle Beno, and thank you, Real Fam. So sorry I've been absent for a while. I've just been busy. Actually, when it comes to Papa Ned and this marriage of Ned and Regina Daniels, I don't think this was actually what the elders can classify as a marriage, and I will give you 3 reasons. Number one, the marriage was not properly conducted as per tradition, but according to what Shitika said, money can do all things. So, because if as a man you want to marry, the father is very, very critical in that marriage. The father is still alive, is still well and doing, but the father was completely let off. Even when it comes to Christian or maybe church weddings, they will give away the wife because it is the duty of the father. God recognized the role of the father over a daughter. That is why traditional too will recognize the role of fathers over their daughter. The father is supposed to be the one that will give away the daughter for marriage. It is the way God has ordained it. But in this case, nothing like that. That is point number one. Point number two, Ned himself has never said anything anywhere that, oh, it's because I love this young girl. That's why I want her to be my wife. So, and the real foundation of marriage is supposed to be based on love. So that foundation has been faulty from day one. No love. That's point number two.
No verse, Uncle Dayo, make I recognize my guy real quick. Had it come, sir. All right. First off, Sister Grace, which time you can't be comedian now to your love? Sister Grace said, Regina mom is from his village. Why did he? Why? I mean, if you help me read this comment, I'm sorry.
Regina's mom is from his village. Why did he not marry the mom who is nearly his age? Auntie Grace, they said that he prefers virgins.
Auntie Grace, when did you become comedian, man? Shout out to my brother Chucky. So Chucky gave us £10. I mean, we don't reach. We are now balling. I can now go and marry a virgin with all this money. Chucky, my brother, thank you very much.
I'm driving at the moment. I wanted to argue with. I'm not telling you thank you for your money. Don't thank you. He wanted to
argue with you.
That
even me want to argue with you is because of the sensitivity nature of this topic. That's why I never lose my cool since. If you see how many eyes where they inside this cup now, means I won't follow you and she think everybody self drag. So no talk that thing. Uncle Dayo, no Jare.
Sorry, Uncle Dayo, sorry, but do you think that myself, she think all of us, you think that all of us, we just want to be against you? You don't think that?
No. You guys want to protect. You want to protect Regina's mom. You want to protect everything.
We don't.
But don't worry.
Uncle Ben, we don't like her. We don't like what she.
Don't worry, we'll come back to that. Uncle Dayo, please, for those who don't know, that is Regina's dad picture on the screen, and he's a lawyer. So I just have to show you guys to know that the dad is well and alive. Over to you, sir. Uncle Dayo, you are muted. Over to you, Uncle Dayo.
Thank you very much, Uncle Beno. The thing is that apart from the fact that the father was never involved from day one, the father did not give her away to the husband, and also the fact that the tradition of the community was not followed. There's something also that we need to realize. There was nothing like love between them. It was not as if Ned loved and loved that. That's why he went after her. And lastly, the villagers that even wedding, that was why when Shitika was talking, I was just shaking my head because I know that if it had been an ordinary person, the Umuna people wouldn't have allowed it. But being a Ned, and then from all what Ned himself has said, right from time of the marriage up till now, it clearly shows that it's just a marriage of convenience. As a politician, now let us not one thing, but a politician will never do anything to anyone or to any community or to any place if he does not stand to gain something from that place. So to Ned, all this is just politics.
Okay.
Politicians will never do anything to any place if they will not gain anything from that place. So for him now, he wants the people from his own constituency, from that constituency, to back him up. So he has to marry from there. So to him, he's just playing politics. Now we are seeing it as a marriage, but it has never been a marriage, and it is never a marriage. That's the bottom line.
So, Uncle Dayo, let's look at this now from the angle of a father. What would you say about the father's lack of involvement in the marrying of his daughter, and his being, can I say lazy or weak? What would you say, sir?
Uncle Benu, there are two things that you must consider here. The father and the mother, they never had it going well from the day one. Because from read on online now, he said that from the time that she was born, that the mother had wanted to like behave as if she's the only parent that the girl has. And father has, see, there are some men, Uncle Benu, we don't want trouble. But let me flip the coin. If the father has been the one uninvolved in the life of the daughter, not that the mother took away the daughter from the father deliberately to go and take care of her. The father wanted to get involved, but somehow maybe the mother just decided not to allow the father much influence in that. It would have been another story, because I know the female gender would have been calling out the father to be a deadbeat. But this is a man that is ready, that is willing, but was blocked by the mother. Now we have this issue, even to the point of marriage. At least when it comes to marriage, you're supposed to allow him to come and play his traditional role as a father over the child. That one too did not solve it. To the point that even Ned knew that she as a father, still alive, he's supposed to meet with the father one-on-one, and whatever it is, at least for the sake of that marriage, let them be in one accord. No, he didn't do that also, because he was never interested in the marriage. He was only interested in having that constituency backing him up. So you need to do something for the constituency to be able to gain their trust. So as a father, the man will be totally bitter, completely left out, and see, he will just take the stand of, make I sit down and they look, waiting to happen. He knew from day one that marriage will not last. I mean, the father, he knew, because without his blessing on that marriage and the way things were going, he knew it would just, because I could remember when the marriage was going on, when the mother was saying what they were having a rift between the mother and father at that time. He just said, okay, you people can go ahead, let's wait and see. The man just took the approach of sit down and look, and now whatever the man is feeling is coming to pass now. So that's why we now having this issue now, that the marriage is having a crisis now. So the father has been vindicated, but the man is not an happy man. He's not happy at all, because he's not supposed to be happy. Because seeing your grown-up daughter being given away like that without a consent, without anything, even traditional rejects it. Who collected all the things that they brought for the marriage? Who collected them? All the traditional rights. Who collected them?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Uncle Dayo, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I have to ask this question. And that is why I was waiting for Chucky to come in. And this is where I'm missing Uncle Emeka too. Please, guys, I hope you are checking on your Zaddy. I checked on him yesterday.
Of course I am.
Yeah, Uncle Emeka is fine, but this is where I would have need him. Maybe I feel cash Uncle Emeka tomorrow.
And also, Uncle Emeka would know so much about this as well, because this is also his area.
Exactly.
He's Delta Igbo as well. He would know a lot about this.
Yeah, I'm missing Uncle Emeka so bad now. So, all right, Uncle Dayo, I'm gonna ask you this question. Shout out to Sister, not to Abby. You say you know go take me to Bora Bora, Abby. You and Sisi.
No, but all this, you see, Sister Natu, Auntie Eve, all these people, the money is for sisterhood, though.
No, I am taking this money to sponsor me and my brotherhood to Bora Bora. Thank you.
at all.
We are going to Bora Bora. That Bora Bora, you guys are not going alone. It's not to God bless you, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, Uncle Dio, here is my one question to you. If you are Regina's dad and you were married to the mom and something happened, the marriage didn't work out, the mom now kind of take her doing life, and Ned came that he want to marry your daughter. Would you just say, okay, he's a billionaire, I will leave it to God? As a dad, please, Uncle Dio, be honest. Will you just say, okay, he has money more than me, there is nothing I can do, let me just be watching? You are muted, sir.
Uncle Beno, I'm going to answer you with a similar thing that happened to my own cousin. Similar thing like this that happened to my own cousin. He married a woman, then they gave birth to a child. You know, all this secondary school love. They got married, then they gave birth to a child, but after some time, they parted ways, and the woman left with the child, and then after some years, the daughter wants to marry. So the mother was not looking for my friend. I mean, for my cousin now. He was not looking for that. My cousin, where could it be that the daughter must go and meet with him? Unfortunately, instead of because the mother did not have a good rapport with my cousin, she now sent the daughter to go and meet my cousin's elder brother, which is just like our big brother. So that one now supported her, and they now planned the wedding, did everything, and they went ahead, ignoring my cousin. He's still alive. They know where he is, but did not come to meet him.
Okay.
Now, after the marriage, I think about a year or two or so, all of a sudden, they were having issues. And the daughter now was not looking for my cousin to come and meet with him. And when finally saw my cousin, which is her real father, and my cousin was saying that he is not a father, because if he had been a father, she wouldn't have gone ahead to marry when he's still alive and well, without him being the one that will give her away. This was real life. This thing happened in my family, so I'm telling you for real. And I stood with my cousin on that. Now, when it comes to this man also, Uncle Beno, as a father, when he heard about Ned Nwoko's proposal, or maybe he wanted to marry his daughter, he's not supposed to contact Ned. That was he supposed to say, oh, because it's a billionaire, let him go ahead. He was waiting for things to be done properly. And since it was negated, see, every man has an ego. And being a lawyer, of course, he must have some pride too. Okay, you want to get away with marrying my daughter without even consulting me or without even coming to meet with me, he will just stay off. And that's what he did. But I tell you, from that day one, it is the God of that man that has now caused this issue to come up again. If the marriage has been sweet and keep going on, nobody will even remember the man again until the man will die. But because the man is still alive and something was done unjustly to him, this thing happens now. Now we are seeing everything all over again. So for the man, he's a typical African man and he's standing by his rights. He has not done anything wrong. The mother was supposed to be the one that will mend or Ned himself. See, this is where this is me now. This is where I blame Ned. If I were in Ned's shoes and I know that, okay, I want to marry this lady, but the mother and the father are not together, I will not conduct that marriage until I've spoken with the father. Because as a man, he knows the importance of what a man that has a daughter have to do in the life of his daughter. Ned today, if any one of his daughter wants to get married, how will it be? I mean, how will he feel if he's alive and if somebody else was the one that sat on his seat during his daughter's wedding?
Okay.
It's a slap on the man's face.
Yeah. What I would just want you to just say, answer now, Uncle Dio, because thank you for at least painting the picture. Everybody can now see that the Regina dad was really wronged. But as a father, is it okay that he just sat back, he did nothing, waiting for the daughter to begin to collect bags? Or is it not better he has made some move then? That's just what I wanted to know now, Uncle Dayo.
Okay. If that's the case, as a father, he can never disown his own daughter. He's supposed to step in now and take back his own child, because
step
already
in
the
now?
child has messed up. Yes, he's supposed to
it's
step
too
in. Now.
late.
Let me explain why you should step in, sir. He's supposed to step in now. If only the daughter and the mother will allow him to do so. If only they will allow him to do so. Remember, nobody dispute that he's a father, and he still have a say on that lady. Now it has become a case of DV, and God forbid, if anything should happen to this Regina Daniel by tomorrow, if our enemy should buy, for instance, now Ned will still marry somebody else, but this man can never get another daughter like her again. He still
It's too
belongs to
late
the
to
man.
step in, sir. I'm sorry. This is not
If
the
it's too
time.
late to step in, then that means you should just sit it all out and be watching. Is that what I'm saying, Okubeno? That you just sit out and be watching what's happening to his daughter?
He can't do jack now. To me, when he should have make move was when they were about to get married and all those rubbish was going on. That is when he should have stand his ground as a dad to let them know that, hey, you can't do this BS. It's too late now. In fact, if he begin fight now, say me go, I go cuss him out. It's time for Regina and the mama, all of them to collect water. I'm just saying, as an African dad,
Uncle Ben, I don't agree with you.
Oh, so the man should go and fight now.
Uncle Ben, is
fight,
one thing.
Fight for who?
As a dad, 1 second, sorry. As a dad, it's one thing for you to have been sidelined, because it's just dawned on me that usually, except they've done it as an exception for this marriage, usually you have if you don't have a dad present, you have your uncles, you have your kingsmen. So does it mean that they managed to convince Regina's kingsmen, which would be from her dad's side, to attend the traditional rites? How did they pay her bride price? These are the questions. Or did they not pay a bride price because he's Ned and he's a prince of that area? Uncle Ben, I see where I'm going with this. It means that
you are not going anywhere with this, my dear.
He was sidelined, because who did they collect the bride price from? Her dad has not passed. So how was bride price paid?
Abby, you see, this is why I say you Gen Zs, you always see things differently. As a father, you have to make your move at the appropriate time.
Uncle Ben, the reason why I said that the father is not too late is because it's one thing for your daughter to seem happy about a situation, even if you're unhappy. And then it's another thing for your daughter to cry out.
It is already too late, my dear. Although we may be different. This is just my take.
Uncle Ben.
She's crying at the moment, Uncle Ben.
It doesn't matter. Let her cry. She can cry me a river. I don't give an F. If she's my daughter, now I could go buy and see they drink.
Uncle Ben, that is not true. And you know
really?
That is not true, because at least before now she was pretending to be happy.
You know why?
She's no longer happy.
No.
You see, like, actually, I should have fought harder to begin with.
Abby, it's good we are having this conversation now. Make una dey learn. If you think you can relegate the position of your dad to nothing, when the man is coming to marry you, your father is a nobody. Nothing. 5 years after the man have knocked you off with 2 children. Now when you come to receive the gbas, that papa will not get head, will not be anybody. He should come and fight now. I swear, if that papa go fight now, they need to break the head. Ned even swam. What are you saying? As a father, listen to me, my dear. As a father, you stand your ground when you know your daughter was making the mistake of her life.
Uncle Ben, I have a question. Can you just answer this one question? And if you answer this question, I will not disturb you again.
Okay.
Who represented Regina's kingsmen at her traditional wedding, since her father clearly was not there?
That is why I said that is the time he need to move as a dad.
Uncle Ben, answer my question.
I don't know. The man was not there. They did not call him. They didn't do anything. So that is when he's supposed to fight for his right.
So who do you think, Uncle Ben? So who do you think might have been there as a kingsman?
I don't care. I don't care. This is why people learn how to fight. As I did like this now, I'm just telling you from my own.
Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben.
Okay.
Uncle Ben, can I
are
say
you going
something?
to
Let's allow Uncle Dio to speak. No bread. Go ahead, Uncle
Can I say
Dio.
something? Uncle Ben, thank you very much. See, between me and you, we're all men. Okay? There are some things, there are some fights that you don't fight as a man. Then there are some fights that you will remove your clothes and put yourself naked and fight. But what you are saying, remember one thing, Uncle Ben. It is not the family that slighted the father. It is the daughter that slighted her own father. If you are a man, which I know you are, thank you, Uncle Ben. As you are a man now, God forbid, your daughter wants to get married, she moved away with the mother, and she never contacted you as a father that say, I want to marry you, Papa. She did not involve you, she did not tell you anything. If the man has gone to fight and the daughter openly disgraced the man, what do you think will have happened?
It's better. It's
no,
better.
It's not better, Uncle Ben. The man must have lost. That means the man will lose his integrity. They will lose his respect for nothing. See, when the man
no. You just let me say your phone the echo, Uncle Dio. But let me allow you finish. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, see, as I was saying, sir, if the man has done anything at that point in time, remember the man was not sick, the man did not travel, nobody went to meet him that they wanted to marry, and you are saying that the man should go and fight. If the man should have gone to fight, Ned would have arrested him and locked him up, and even the daughter would have even be like abusing him with the mother because they were bent on doing what they wanted to do. So what do you want the man to do, Uncle Ben?
Okay.
You could have done nothing.
Okay, Uncle Dio, here is my question to you. So a man who couldn't fight for his innocent daughter, then, so you think all of a sudden now he now has the power to come and fight now? That I don't know.
The daughter is not innocent. She's not innocent.
She's not innocent. Uncle Ben, Regina has
no, she's innocent. If I can just explain this, please.
Uncle Ben, this thing is very
girl, Happy, you see, this is where I have problem with you.
The girl is
guys,
no longer happy. She, at least, let's assume she was pretending. She was pretending to be happy before. The girl now is no longer happy. I've not seen where a dad will have the capacity to try and he will not try. And you're saying he will not.
This is not. No. Not anybody go tell me for this one. We can put it to vote. This is not the time for the dad to go mess up himself. The dad supposed to fight for her when she was 19. Yesterday, Una said she be 19. She doesn't know anything. So today now, when she be 25, now the dad won't fight. He said dad supposed to defend his daughter when she was still considered innocent, or you now defend the daughter when she's now grown, smoking chicha, smoking everything. What are we talking about? As I did like this now,
and in a violent situation currently, that time may have been coercion, but not necessarily violent. Now,
this is not violence. Listen to me.
I don't think there's any father that will not react.
Look, listen to me. When I said the father should have fought for her, I am not saying violence. I'm not saying go and carry sword, carry everything. What you do as a dad is you insert your presence. You send them a message that is loud and clear. It's not violence. Violence don't solve this. But you made a statement that is very strong and very, very loud at the time. You don't just just crawl into a shell and say, he's a rich man, let me just wait, he will come back. That's not how you fight for your daughter. You show up. You show up. You made a powerful statement at the event. It's not fighting. Your daughter self, when they marry your daughter, come out, it will be lingering in her mind that my dad came, even though we are not in good time, my dad came, My dad told this man, even now when she dealt with Ned, she would have a point of reference to tell her and say, remember my dad came and my dad said that day that he doesn't support this marriage. Now you are treating me like this. Not the dad will just go to social media and post at you. It's not fight. You made powerful statement that is very, very loud. People will know you are fighting for your daughter. Now, if it happens now, it's different.
Then please put up the picture of is it here? What the father said again.
That is social media, this thing. They here, you know, see him? No, that is the lane I own.
He's not here anymore.
When I go share him again, you still want to see him?
Yeah, because he said something in the beginning. I don't think he just came on social media. I think he referenced what he tried to do.
He's not trying to do nothing. He's too weak.
Because I think you're
okay, too weak. I don't know what they're married. Now,
he will go there and someone Amadioha. Or what's he going to do? He's going to go there and go naked in the rain. This man goes around with mopole and all. Like, come on, Uncle Ben.
See, make I tell you.
The wedding of a powerful man that has security all over him.
Hear me out. This is where I said we have issued the way we practice Christianity in Nigeria. What are you saying? Your daughter is your daughter, unless not be your blood, they run for that girl. Sometimes you just make a clear statement, then they go hear the spiritual statement too. What are you saying?
Uncle Ben.
Okay, I'm telling you.
Uncle Ben, all of us are from Nigeria. Uncle Ben.
Abby.
All of us are from Nigeria.
Abby, you know what they call Ogun Abenu Gongo? Have you heard it before? Ogun Abenu Gongo.
Uncle Breno, please, don't go that route. Don't go that route. See,
no, we are going that route. So
I asked Uncle Ben a simple question. Okay, Uncle Dio, let me ask you a simple question. Who collected the bride price on behalf of Regina's family?
Thank you very much, Abby. See, these are the fundamental questions that we're supposed to have asked before now. Because the way Uncle Ben is going, I can understand where it's coming from. But not every man will have that courage to take that step, not because they are scared, but from the fact that from the disrespect that he has experienced from the mother and from daughter, even before that marriage. Mm-hmm. That's why the man decided not to step into it, because of the disrespect he has been experiencing from the mother and the daughter from even before the marriage, even before Ned ever came into the picture. Mm. So now him now coming in at the time Ned came into the picture for marriage, it'd be like maybe because the daughter now wants to marry a billionaire, so it wants to get something from it. Uncle Ben, we need to balance this thing. Don't just look at it from one perspective. Put yourself in the man's position.
No, Uncle Dio, I won't agree with this. This excuse of, I don't know. On one conversation, we will say men should be responsible, men should protect their children. In another conversation, we will say, well, the man should back down, the man should just let it go. I don't get it. Then let's stick to one. Men should not step up for their children anymore. I don't know if you guys understand my point right now. As I'm saying, for me, I know Donald Trump, no, if he can marry my daughter. As if he said that they're in charge of the entire most powerful force in this world. He can't. Won't be either. Yes, I don't get power, I don't get anything. But I will make a very clear statement. Then I will now let him know that I am from Ondo. Yes.
Uncle Ben.
If he begin a back, if he go the other room saying won't climb, from where he go begin back like dog. I they tell you. Sometimes you go put Christianity for one side, you go talk to Awon Yami Oshorunga. What are you saying?
Uncle Ben, you know what? This is one of those conversations where we need to leave it and move on. What is going to happen is that something is going to happen that's going to make you agree, like always. How many times have I had to refer you to a previous live stream because you now agree? There's only so little you can do when there's that power disparity, Uncle Ben.
There is no power disparity as
there is, Uncle Ben. He's the prince of that village. He's the prince of that village, Uncle Ben. If Umuna can collect bride price without their brother,
Okay, so okay, maybe make I take a few steps back. So what you are saying is that in Igbo, people can marry their daughter out without the father's consent or anything because the person get money. Should we agree on
Uncle
that?
Ben.
Is
Yes,
it
Uncle
Igbo?
Ben.
I'm not from
No,
that
no,
part.
no, no, Uncle Ben.
No,
Uncle Ben.
just get me, please.
It's not
I am
about
not
just
from.
the dad. There's
No,
where
Abby, that is the
Uncle Ben,
argument you guys are putting forward now.
Oh
and
my
I know
God.
this has to do with culture. No, let's clarify it.
Uncle Ben is
You
not
see
an
where
Igbo
me
thing,
I'm
it's a
coming
Nigerian
from.
thing now.
It's not Nigerian thing.
It's
No,
Uncle Ben.
it's not Nigerian thing.
My father will not. My father needs the backup of his brothers.
Abby, it's not Nigerian thing.
In my father's house, I'm from Lagos State.
No, I think this is more of a cultural thing. This is more of a cultural thing, Abby. Me, I'm a Yoruba guy from Ondo. They're not born any person for father where. No matter the money where you say you get, no matter the evil king.
Uncle Ben, unfortunately for you, the girl consents. They are uncles. There are people that even in your clan, Uncle Ben, there are people that even in your clan are above you. Uncle Ben, why are we doing this now?
Abby, you are just arguing because you are
above you, Uncle Ben.
No, they are not above him. He's the father. The
Uncle
reason
Ben,
he happened, like the Igbo culture, it is allowed Umuna can marry a guy out without the father. I will accept that. But where me I'm coming from,
that's not how clan works.
Just listen, Abby. Where me I'm coming from, in Ondo, anybody here if you talk, in Ondo, I don't know whether other part of Yoruba, but in Ondo State, whether won't be anybody that you cannot marry a daughter when the father is alive and healthy, and then you will say you call the village people, the brother, the sister, the uncle. They won't even try it. They won't dare it. They won't die. You don't know what you're talking about. Even the ancestors alone, it will suffocate all those umuna. Where go collect that money? Mysteriously, they will begin die one by one. You don't even have to do much. All it takes na kola nut and ataye with red oil, and you go where you supposed go. Just go tell them, this is my pikin and my blood. They don't take power, slap me for face. Then sit down, they marry my pikin out without my consent. Oh yeah, this is your kola. This is your ataye. This is your pepper. Go do your work. They are picking go begin for they die. What are you saying? Anyway, I'm just saying. Now I yield.
No, Ben, continue.
Okay.
And I have to yield because Chucky that is an able man is telling me that they cannot marry without consent. Since when?
Uncle Ben. Let me put a break here real quick so that the conversation will continue. More than no verse. Abby don't get. I beg this Abby may not get under my skin. She's from backstage. She know yet. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody.
Uncle Ben, you are the one that is getting over baby of the
Uncle
house.
Ben.
Yes, my Auntie Grace.
I say calm down. Calm down. I got your back. I know where you're coming from. All right. But the problem is this. You can only fight for a child who allow you to fight for the child. If you get to the stage where you need to back up and say, instead of me becoming a murderer, instead of me killing, you will back out. It's unfortunate that the marriage has gone south. If he had succeeded, when he was against it, they will say, oh, maybe he was against it, right? He tried his best. He tried to connect with Ned. He tried to have a word with the mom. It didn't work. I'm sure he tried with Regina. It didn't work. He was looked down upon. He was looked down as a stupid person. There is an extent to which you can fight a battle. Yes, it's your daughter. If you are allowed to fight the battle, you will fight the battle. I'm sure the man tried and then he backed out. With what I saw on the internet, there was even a time he consented. He was in agreement after all. I think there was a time they said he was taking photo with Regina, with Ned, and things like that. He decided, okay, if that is what you want, my dear, go ahead. These are parents. He fought with everything, but eventually he gave in. So I don't think we are here saying this. This is what you would have done. but there's an extent to which you will fight for your girl. If he does not want you to continue, you will back down. That is the reality of life. You can't follow any child to the grave. You can't follow anybody to the grave. Instead of you to be a murderer, you will back down, my dear. I just say, let me come in and say, calm down. Cool.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. I will remember Real Fam. The day we're going to have another conversation about deadbeat dads or dads that are not showing up for their children. Remember on this conversation that very day.
Uncle Ben, it's me that will remind you because
Uncle Ben, on this issue of deadbeat dad are not showing up for their children. There are two different issues. Uncle Ben, a wise warrior knows which battle to fight. You don't just go out and fight every battle.
So you lead the battle.
This thing goes beyond
19 years old, like that.
No, Uncle Ben, this thing goes beyond.
Okay.
You are thinking. Let me explain it in a way that maybe you can catch what I'm saying. Please, just give me 1 second. Now, if the dad sees that somebody is trying to take advantage of his daughter, or maybe his daughter is clueless about the whole matter, that you just a manipulation, of course, he will go all out to do whatever he wants to do. But this thing is being initiated by daughter and the mother themselves, which has always been in contrast with the father's decisions. So the man does not want himself to be public. Now, do you know that the mother can, if the father should make any move to stop that wedding, the mother can come out and say, you are never the father in the first place.
Then let us say.
And woman will say, oh, now mama know the person where he born the picking for. So the man must have calculated all the risk and all the chances and all the things that may reoccur if he should take that step. That's why he just decided to back down. Now I agree with you 100% that now he's supposed to do nothing, because why? He has been disgraced, he has been embarrassed, he has been abused, he has been neglected, and even now I'm sure he has problem in his own family, because member of his family or anybody that was part of that marriage, I'm sure up to now they will not be talking to him, because Absolutely. He will have cut them off or something like that. So that's the issue.
All right, thank you very much. Sister Rose, you want to chime in before Sister Natu real quick?
In regards to which particular question, the dad or generally?
The dad.
I kind of agree with, I think there was the father was overpowered. I feel that there was a lack of respect. I feel like he wasn't even there. The father was not respected. And I think that weakened him, and he wasn't really an active participant. I think he was ignored. And Sister Grace said it very, very well. She expressed it excellently. There's only an extent that you can fight. And I think he was just left out, not respected, disregarded. And that probably killed his morale. And he said, well, okay, let me bow out gracefully. That's what I think.
All right. Thank you very much, Sister Natu. Over to you, Sister Natu.
Uncle Bear, two eyes, Uncle Bear, two eyes. I
was looking for somebody to support me today. I don't call you because I know that you know go back me up, Sister Natu.
Two eyes. Uncle Bear, the truth is that as parents, we never stop fighting for our kids. You never see Bible start. Well, let's start from the Bible, prodigal son. What happened? What happened to the prodigal son in the Bible, Uncle Bear?
The prodigal son situation is different from this one.
No, I'm just explaining to you as a parent situation. Your papa still there alive. You collect your inheritance, go squander, come back. Your papa still accepts you. So I'm just trying to make you understand that as parents never stop fighting for their kids. That's number one. No matter how bad your pikin is, your pikin if they prison safe. If you come back, you go still collect it, you go say, now my pikin, what I go do? I'm going to give you an example. There's a lady that I know, very popular. Her case happened, I think, 5 years ago with her husband. And the husband tried to pie her in Nigeria. And he was not able to pie her. And he pied himself. He thought he had spied her, though. So before they will call everybody to come and help, Baba turned the pew on himself. And he pied himself. And the woman ended up surviving, but she can't see. And her eldest daughter was on the father's side, even after the father pied her. Even after all the DV that's happening to the mom. The girl on the father's side, she never supported the mom. She has said a lot of horrible things about the mom. I'm close to the family. So just 2 days ago, the daughter that is in America that has been helping the mom. The mom went, they filed for her to come to America. She has not been able to come. They filed for her. She went to Italy to get a break, from the trauma and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the daughter that has not even been on the mom's side for one day, out of nowhere, came into the picture now. After the other sister has spent millions taking care of the mom, that one just showed up. Guess what the mom is saying now? She's saying, Madam P is my first daughter. She's my Ada. That was the same child that disowned you when you were in the midst of life. You were between life and pie. That was the same child that disowned you. So what I'm trying to say is that blood is blood. Do you understand? Your child might leave her home, go and be drinking, be an addict, whatnot. The day your child come back and say he wants to be clean. Now you go help and clean himself. You go buy Omo and Ariel. You go use bleach and apple cider together to help and wash himself to clean. So parents don't stop fighting for their kids. That's by the side. Then secondly,
69 to no
talking Uncle Ben.
in this one.
There's no what?
There's no fighting for Regina. This is my own personal opinion.
Let me tell you why the father will. Let me tell you. No. Let me tell you why the father will fight. The father will fight, number one, is because he's in his old age. You think that you're going to give another woman Bele and she give birth to a child that will grow up like Regina? No.
It still doesn't matter.
And Uncle Ben, hold on. As Christians, this is what the Bible preaches about forgiveness.
Start to don't carry
and I'm still going to tell you, parents never stop fighting for their kids. I'm telling you, also that you're saying that he should not. Baba probably don't do one corner, so maybe they find the kid number. Do you understand? See, the relationship between father and daughter, nobody follow me go work that day, they scream for us. I say, they wait me, she call you. Nobody you. So Bibi now go call disrespect you, leave her, do wait. Bibi don't go talk to you for 5 years. Tell me, Bibi come back, come kneel down for us. I say, Daddy, forgive me, no, forgive her. But then you lie. Because the way that Bibi wrap you around her finger.
See, I will fight for her first before we will get to that point whereby she go come back.
Uncle B, even if we now fight, Uncle B, even if we now fight, refight the fight, you still got Bibi's back. That's what I'm just telling you. There's nothing you're gonna tell me about you and that girl. There's nothing you're gonna tell me. As long as Bibi come back, say that they forgive me, Uncle Ben, you. Bibi don't wrap you around her finger, your heart, your everything. And they tell you, because you'll come back tell us, that's my first baby.
Not be this kind of case, so.
Yeah, that's why they decide. Okay. Secondly, when Abby was talking about who collected her bride price, you say in Ondo they cannot. Uncle Ben, you can only speak for Ondo. Let me tell you, if she think I is here, she think I will back me up. What I'm going to say in the north, all these girls that used to go and change the religion and become, maybe let's say a Christian girl become a Muslim. If they are marrying you, they don't need your parent to. You can go and catch one man on the street and tell him that please come and be my wali. That's what they call it, wali. Come and be my wali. I'm getting married. I've changed religion. My people don't want me. That man will happily be your wali because he thinks you're on their side. So that was what Abby and the rest were saying about the umuna that even if the father is not there, some umuna or whatever they call them, they can go and sign up to be the father. And let me tell you now, I know that you've been out of touch with Nigeria. They buy relations now for wedding.
No, it's so
they buy father for wedding.
True.
And they tell you they do it. No, let me land. They do it now. But what I'm trying to say is that all the argument that you are arguing, in a nutshell, all the thing I'm trying to say is that blood is thicker than water. Parents don't stop fighting for their children. You might feel that the father should not forgive because he was disrespected. The father will come out tomorrow and make the press release and tell that this is his child. I don't know, Uncle Ben, I don't know the father that their child, even if they are fighting, we hear their child cry that type of cry and turn a deaf ear. I don't know. I don't know how upset you are.
Thank
no,
you. It's not true.
Please, I don't. I don't know. I don't care how upset you are. There's a cry that your child will cry. Oh, Lori, no. Talk is cheap. Leave Uncle Ben, though. Talk is cheap.
If you not listen when they talk, If you go begin the chop koboko, don't expect me to come.
If you tell pikin say no go touch light because the light go burn you, if the light burn am, na you go take am go hospital, na you go buy medicine. Leave that matter. Oh, leave that child. When the candle burn him, he's going to learn. By tomorrow morning, when the hand do blister, now you go pharmacy, they buy this, buy that. Nobody tell us to make it stop. You stop her. Who stop her? Leave the hand now. Make your thing. Then you go born another child that age. Uncle
Okay.
Ben, no, at this point, I just feel like you're capping. With all due respect, sir.
I'm not
You
capping.
are.
Where they see
You
this?
are.
If I be Regina, Papa, I know they come out. I know they
With
do.
all due respect, sir, you are playing.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to do nothing. No. What now I'm going to do now? When it's important that they recognize me, they don't recognize me. That is when I will fight for my right.
Oh.
If they now go ahead after I've made my
Uncle Ben, catch you. Catch you. Catch you.
Okay.
Catch you. Nobody you tell us the story of somebody that carry your pikin go. Pikin come they find you, the mama and the pikin come they find you later. Why you say you know one here because you carry the pikin go, make she just they go they do because you want to be the
That one
mother
is
and the
a
father.
different case.
Oh.
That one a boy. I know
the
situation. It's a different case.
Oh.
See, it's not true.
All right.
We are having this conversation for people to begin learn, especially young girls, because now their generation now, and then they claim I will do anything.
I know learning is important. I know learning is important, but what I'm just trying to say is that as parents, I'm not giving an excuse that children should go and do what they want to do, but I'm just parents never stop fighting.
Okay, thank you. It's important people hear this because this practice is gaining momentum now. The practice whereby mothers are giving out their daughters' hands in marriage.
Not be today that one starts now. And now social media make them elaborate.
It's backfiring bitterly all the time. As a lady, please do not listen to your mom. If your mom says she's going to single-handedly give you out for a marriage, if any of your uncle also supported your mom and said, yes, we are the Umunas, we are going to sit down, we will marry you out. Listen to me, don't do it. The only time you can go ahead with that decision is when you have reached out to your dad. And your dad said, I don't want to have anything to do with you and your mom. Now you are a winner. You feel me?
Uncle Ben, that's not realistic.
Just hear me, please. Or you reach out to your dad, and your dad want to use your marriage as a leverage to get your mom to come and crawl to him or whatever. That is when you can go ahead and do what you want to do. But if the father is by any chance interested in your marriage, especially the traditional right, I've been saying this, I will continue to say it. You as a daughter, you may not have anything to do with that father, but for you to be safe, for you to have peaceful marriage, for you to have respect from that your husband, just tell him, say, just go and give the mad papa whatever you want to give. Let them go to your dad. I will continue to say it, no matter how society want to justify it. If you allow a man to marry you without recognizing that your father plays a significant role, I pray this won't be your portion, but tomorrow when that man started disrespecting you, you will cry. The cry will be like Regina saying, in the worker house, I'm a nobody. But in my father's house, I'm a queen. I almost want to enter that video, go tell her, say, you are not a queen in your father's house. If you are a queen, you would have let your husband know that you have treated you like a queen. You said what?
She said in her house, she's a queen, not in her father's house.
Go and listen to that video again. She's saying in her father's house.
Ben, do you know that it's
No, she said in her house. She said in her house.
Okay, let her go to her house and be a queen now. Where she don't collect water.
That's just can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying that the repercussion of the father not giving his blessings is what causes this thing?
No.
Okay.
No. What causes most of this treatment is they enabled is how can I say which be that grammar when they use self? They enabled Ned to get away with complete disrespect for tradition. Uncle Dayo made a statement earlier. I think it's Uncle Dayo now, that even Ned himself will never support any man marrying his own daughter without coming to recognize him as a father. I think Uncle Dayo said it earlier now.
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did.
Question.
So the problem is the Umunas, the Regina mom, everybody, they allow Ned to get away with absolute disrespect for tradition and culture. And that is what is playing out now.
Okay, Uncle Ben, can I ask another question? Sorry, before I ask my question, just let you know that if Ned's family is the what's it called, is the prince, is the royal family of the whatever, they're custodian of culture. So I wouldn't go with that. But anyway, Uncle Ben, my next question is Ned with his age and the fact that he's a prince, which means that he should be upholding culture and tradition of his land. Do you believe that it's normal for Ned to go and get a girl's hand in marriage without the father's consent?
The same thing I've answered already now. He disrespected the culture.
So does that not
and
say
they allowed him?
Does that not say a lot about how dogged he is as an individual?
Which dogged what? There is nothing dogged about this.
It shows that there's a power play.
There is no power play.
Okay, Uncle Ben, I read
people, no, there is no power play. The people who were there when he married that girl, they are the one who are gullible. They are the one who poverty have really done a number on them. They are the one who are so stupid and dumb that they've forgotten who they are. Listen, we are in this life now. At any point in time, we're going to be dealing with people who may have more money than us. Somebody being richer than you doesn't mean the person should walk over you. No.
See, money does not always equal power. Right? Money doesn't always equal power. One thing that Ned has is money and power. Again, Prince is not his name. Prince is a title. His name is not Prince. As in
so
Prince
what are you saying now, Abby?
I'm saying that besides him having money, he's also a prince of that area.
It doesn't matter. What are you saying, Abby? This is what I'm saying about this Gen Z. It doesn't matter, Uncle Dayo. Please say something here, because those who are really grown, this is where we are supposed to be setting this thing right. Are you saying, Abby, are you saying because he's a priest or the old law or whatever, that means he should not recognize a girl's dad when marrying her? What are you saying?
I am saying that
Uncle Ben, that's not what she's saying.
There's often a power disparity. And in this situation, not only is he rich, not only is he influential, he also happens to be the prince of that area, meaning that he can call the shots in so many ways.
He can't call the shots.
This same man even went on to say
he can't.
His family.
Well, okay, make I erase. Because I'm seeing it's like this is a cultural thing anyway. Maybe in some culture.
It's not cultural, Uncle Ben. This thing happens in Lagos. We're on the internet. We're seeing it every time.
No
how men kidnap their wives all the time.
Uncle Ben.
Yes, sir.
What Ned did is completely wrong. No two ways about it.
Simple.
That's number one. Number two is that even though he's a prince, he was supposed to be the custodian of the custom. In fact, he was supposed to be the one that will go ahead and invite do the proper thing. But he himself disappointed his own culture, disappointed his own people by violating their own culture. It is wrong. It is wrong.
Guess what? He got away with it. Nobody did anything.
Sister Rose, yesterday, and Sis Natsu said yesterday that a lot of times, a lot of culture is for poor people. Uncle Ben said no.
Exactly.
A lot of times, a lot of culture is for poor people. That's the reason why Ned can get into this nonsense, even being the prince of his own city, of his own village.
Don't mind Ben, he knows.
Why is Uncle Ben quiet? Uncle Ben has got to go and chew eyes. It's true. This is not Gen Z matter. We see this every day, even in Lagos, in modern world. What's happening? You even brought Oni of Ife. All of them, they are doing it. All those women, are they happy to be 11th wife, 12th wife? It is charity. It is money. Yes, some of them are greedy, but I've said it so many times. What's her name? She think I even came and gave us the legal term. I can't remember the word that she used, but I say this all the time. Consent is not properly given. She think, where are you? You spoke the legal term. When there is money or power disparity,
money wins.
Uncle Ben, don't go. Come on. You are the one that started.
Okay, no. We're going to continue this conversation regarding this disrespect of culture and tradition. As you know, I'm a minister of culture and tradition. We are going to continue this conversation, but let's quickly go to the main reason we are here today so we can wrap it up and continue tomorrow. Sister Yinka said, we all agree that Ned is wrong. No one is on his side, but he got away with it. Okay, he got away with it. No one did anything. The money shut them up. This is where I said our culture is being violated, honestly speaking. Let's just say in their own area, Ugwachuku, or where you call that place now, they like money well, so they know the fit up. If you get money, Ogbachuku Abi, I'm so sorry. Ogwachuku, all right. I'm so sorry for people from that area, but the way Uncle Ned moved with marrying Regina and everything, and then the culture and tradition and everything they did, honestly speaking, it doesn't look good on your culture. You guys have to do better. Money shouldn't be held higher than culture and tradition.
Ben, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. No disrespect, but nobody in Nigeria, it's not just an Igbo thing. All over Nigeria, nobody's respecting culture, tradition, or law. In Nigeria, money has the final say, and I'm sure it has the final say even in your place.
Uncle, Sister Rose, I can tell you this for sure. Where I come from, your money cannot buy some things. That is why we are very, very stubborn. If you go to where I come from, a lot of old people, they were not rich. Just because of this not selling your birthright. They no go do them. And as I follow you, they talk now, I'm still saying it tomorrow. I don't care how rich you are. You cannot intimidate me with your money where my rights are concerned. Traditionally, won't be anybody that. You know, this Gen Z and everything we are raising now, I'm singing my own every day. American children, they can wake up one day and say, oh, I found my love, we're getting married. Some of them can even go and get married and then come back and say, Daddy, look at my ring. We just got married. It ain't going to happen in my own case. God no go even let that happen. Oh, my bad, go. How bad we weary. And like I'm saying, where I'm from, we are Christians, and at the same time, we still believe in tradition. He gets something. That is why Nigeria is a mess. Everything we take Christianity, cover them up. There are some things you don't apply Christianity. You will go to Caesar when you are supposed to visit Caesar because it's your right.
Okay, Ben, off topic. I know it's kind of off topic a little bit, but it's still on the topic. In Igbo culture, they have something called I can't remember the name. It's ancestral land. There's a name they call ancestral land, and you don't sell it. Probably it may be the same thing in Yoruba land. So you're trying to tell me that if a bunch of Chinese or Arabs or Russian come to you people and say we want to buy your land with the big hefty money, people will keep to the tradition?
Lands are meant to be sold. I don't get the example you are giving. You mean if they come, they want to drove us out of our land?
When you're talking about tradition, I know forgive me for kind of I'm going off a little bit off the topic, but it still falls under the line of tradition. Okay, you know what, Ben? What I'm still saying is I no disrespect, but I believe it's not right. I do not support it. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But in a lawless place like Nigeria, they violate tradition all the time. Tradition, culture, laws. I'm sorry, it only applies to the poor. When you're rich, you do whatever you want, and that same Nigeria will all bow to you. Like I said, Ned violated it, and nothing was done about it.
Nothing was done because the father allowed it so. That's the point I've been making.
Her father is not rich, Ben. He's with all his, okay, I'll say this real quick in less than 60 seconds. Remember, let's go back. Let's roll back when we were talking about this girl, the one whose sister got unalived in an accident by this demonic billionaire's trucks. What did everybody say? Oh, no one can do anything to him because he's a billionaire. He owns this thing. So it's almost the same thing. What could her father have done?
A lot could have been done if the girl was not stupid. The girl that was leading that battle. A lot could have been done.
That part I agree with you. That part I agree with you.
So what are we saying? What I'm saying in a nutshell is this: you are all correct. You are all 100% correct about how money runs things in Nigeria. But all I'm saying is that there comes a time and place whereby it has to become an individual thing. There are some things you don't let money rob you off. That's the point I'm making. There are some things, it's just this madness that is spreading all over the place. Oh, he ain't got money. That's a stupid excuse. It comes down to individual. There is a reason. Some boys, remember in those days when we used to have bullies everywhere. There is a reason some group of boys, they will see a girl, they will slap her, treat her anyhow, or a boy, they will beat her. And they will see another girl and another boy, and they won't dare go near them. It's an individual thing. What I'm saying in this case of Regina is that as a parent, even though you are not rich, there are some things that you have to make your stance known. You have to look at your oppressor in the face and let him know that I know you are getting away with this, but I am not in support. Let the news vibrate that you said that. Then go back and relax. Not, hey, Umuna, sit down. Did Umuna get back? Now that Regina is chopping bass now, where are the Umunas? No, tell me.
No, that part I agree with you. I do agree with you that you have to be bold and be bold and take a stance. That part I do agree with you. Now, whether your stance will stand in the face of this so-called billionaire is another matter.
Agreed.
Okay.
But at least let people know that, oh, did that come and confront him or did that tell him, oh, you can't do this? So that's all I'm saying. We Nigerians are so good at excusing people by trying to understand. That is why politicians, religious leaders, everybody can just work on us. Because we are so good at understanding where people are coming from. No, you cannot understand where some people are coming from. You have to make the right decision when you're supposed to make it. As a father, no matter the amount of money, the chieftaincy or whatever the person is carrying, is moving about with, he has no right to say he wants to marry your 19 years old without your consent. Now, he can go ahead and marry her without your consent, but you have to let him know that, come, now money you get, you are not God. You did not come to me to ask for my daughter's hand in marriage. I am not in support of this wedding. You walk away. Let him deal with it. He will still go ahead and marry now. Even your daughter said, "Fear run him out," because his mama, they instigate her at that time. No, says daddy, you can't take the husband. Even the mama will do. I've seen the mama, the Rita, I've seen the mom. That's not the mom you want to be proud of. But at least the world will know that you did not sell your bride price. Your birthright, sorry. You did not sell your birthright as a father. And the world will remember you that you stooped up for your daughter. You just don't have the means and the wherewithal to confront the person that is coming. But you stood up. People will say it. Now, fast forward to when these bad boys, they happen now. Even Ned self go, know how he go move. Because there are ways you send money, you send message to powerful people, and they will recognize you. Powerful people don't like it when poor people can stand in front of them and let them know that your money means nothing to me. They don't like it. These rich people, no. And once you have what it takes as a father, this is your daughter we're talking about. Once you can stand and tell them, I respect you as the chief of our community or priest or whatever. I respect you as a successful millionaire, but in this point, this is my right, this is my daughter. You are marrying my daughter without my consent. I do not support this marriage. What Nigerians say, some people will say, Ned, they can kill him. Let him kill him. Kill me if you feel kill me. It's okay. But I'm not going to die
Uncle Ben.
a coward. You can't be a coward. That is why people get away with so many things in Nigeria. You have to speak up when you're supposed to speak up. And so people will back you up. That's just my point. I may be wrong, but it's my point.
Uncle Ben.
Now, yes, Uncle Dio.
Sorry, I just want to ask you a question just before you go ahead, sir. Do you know that we did a mistake? And the mistake that we did is that we did not even properly place who the father really is. Let me explain. And my question to you now is that, from your own perspective, Uncle Ben, what type of father will you classify the father of Regina to be? If a father that has a daughter could not even enforce his own name on his daughter, what does that tell you about the nature of man that father is?
Thank you, Uncle Ben. I'm sorry, Uncle Dio. Also, to answer Uncle Dio's question, it's not just even about enforcing the name, it's a whole lot of things. I was saying yesterday that I was explaining because I asked my auntie. My auntie is married to a man from Ogwashuku, but my family is from my mom's side of the family, they're from Ibuzo, right? We spoke about this before. That's how I found out that I could be related to Uncle Emeka. What people don't understand as well is that Regina has been apparently Regina is from Asaba. That's what everybody has known. Everybody from Delta State, from Delta Igbo, they've always known Regina to be from Asaba. Asaba is not the same thing as Ogwashuku. That says a lot. Now, what I'm hearing is that it is Regina's mom that is from Asaba. Meanwhile, her dad is from Ogwashuku. Why is the daughter claiming where her mother is from? And then why is her son named Daniels? I feel like it is deeper than we're saying. We're saying it on surface level. So there's a couple of things. How can a man even fully fight for a child who doesn't answer his name, who doesn't claim that she's from his own part of the country? Who like it's so many things. So I just feel like there's so many things that worked against the dad. That's what I'm saying. It's complicated.
I agree with everything, but the father should not go and fight now. May do that they were in the JJ. May allow Regina. May Regina chop her water fool. Yes. May she chop that water. All those staff where they hold her, they push her, they never even do reach. Even that in younger brother says, say that younger brother, you know, those staff they're supposed beat nonsense. Come on for the boy head safe. Stupid boy, you go they stay where your sister they married, you know, get job. Rubbish. I'm so sorry. But anyway, Una don't stress this show today. Una no quick let us.
You have really stressed me today, honestly.
Happy, you are the one that stressed me. That is why I was looking for somebody who is going to have my back. I know you will not have my back.
If I see one acne on my forehead tomorrow, I'm flying to Austin. Expect me.
Abby, if I get one single migraine, I'm coming to London.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly go over the last segment on today's show. We've done almost 3 hours already. Jesus Christ. So we talk rich like this. God, I beg you. Anyway, let's talk about the Anioma tradition. Abby, are you aware of the Anioma culture, the tradition? Are you aware of it?
So I want to correct something. I also sent you a thing there's an Ibuzo blog that I read from time to time. I sent you one of their posts about this whole thing, right? So there's this Anioma, but what she's doing here is not exactly Anioma tradition, right? This is a womanhood thing. Is like how you have Umuada, that kind of thing, right? Or two, do practice. So they are initiating her into that woman clan. It's not specific to this marriage. If that, I don't know if I'm saying makes sense, Uncle Ben. So it's like you come into a clan, and then now, or let's say a group of women, right? And then you can only come in either you're an original indigene, so you're a daughter to your father, or you marry into that clan. And they may do this initiation where, you know, the women wear the elephant tusk and all on their ankles and on their wrists, right? And they are initiated into that clan. So it is not a general ritual or a general tradition. You could be from Anyoma and not care for this initiation.
Okay. Okay.
Just
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
So the title of today's show is Anyoma Tradition, Why Reggie Cannot Divorce Uncle Ned. So that is what we want to explore real quick now. So what makes it difficult for Reggie to divorce Uncle Ned is because Uncle Ned hold all the cards in this game. And the reason he hold all the cards is this tradition they performed when he married Regina Daniels. So people call it, oh, their traditional wedding. They might. This is not traditional wedding. This is a full-blown ritual that is done in order to induct a new member into the Anyoma women say community. And they say it brings a lot of prestige. When you are a member, you now become a full-grown woman. People will respect you. Some of them, they will even give them chieftaincy title when they are inducted. But then there is a twist in this particular one. Uncle Ned chose this one because it confirmed some power on the man than the woman. So around that time when this happened, I went on Nairaland and somebody shared this on Nairaland. I want to read it for you all to hear. So the implication of this particular tradition, all right? So the person wrote and said, the moment you think you are smart, but the dude outsmarts you. I hope the ladies are following. The implication of Anyuma's marriage induction ritual. Number one, Regina Daniels is expected to be faithful to her husband and not sleep with another man except him. That's number one reason. If Konji comes and he's not available or he's tired, she can touch herself by way of masturbation or use a vibrator, but she is expressly forbidden to sleep with any other man except Oga Ned. If she mistakenly sleeps with another man who is not her husband, the gods will come after her, and the punishment in the most instance is death. If her husband is aware that she is cheating on him and refuses to take action, the ritual will come after him and his older kids. The ritual culture was designed to check the excess and contain the infidelity of women from that part of the world. Number two, in case her husband happens to be no more, she is not expected to remarry, except she goes through another round of ritual to untie herself from the man. I'll take that number two again because that is why I titled today's show, Why Reggie Cannot Divorce Uncle Ned. Number two, in case her husband happens to be no more, she is not expected to remarry except she goes through another round of ritual to untie herself from the man. If she mistakenly marries another man without doing this, she will die And the ritual will also come after the man that married her without asking a question. Hallelujah, somebody. I know that one happens frequently. In all of this, Oga Ned is allowed to sleep with other women and acquire as many trophy wives as possible. But none of the wives are permitted to cheat on him. This is the culture of our brothers and sisters in Anioma. So I don't have any personal opinion about it, but let's not forget that there is no free lunch in life, not even in town. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Gen Z, dear generation, I want to cry in Lamborghini, I want to cry in Dubai. You heard it. Uncle Ned seems to did what he's supposed to do as a traditional man. And I think Regina mom, this is where I have bigger issue with the mom. What kind of mother will allow a 19 years old to take this oath? What kind of a mom do this? Please help me make it make sense. Here is Regina mom taking pictures, smiling, happy, and ooh. And by the way, you see this attire when they wear, I know because almost everybody from that side that they get her is very expensive too. Not too expensive, but you get her that they do and they're expensive somehow. But look at it again. Regina mom laughing, smiling, knowing fully well what you just had your baby signed up for. And as a minister, in case you are wondering who wrote this, it's coming from this lady. Her name is Onuchisom Mary Jane, and she's from that same part of the country. Here we go. These are people present when that happened. Now, this is the comment that got me laughing, and I'm like, I have to read this comment to Real Fam and see if Real Fam agree with this person. I swear, this person a woman. I don't know, but somebody tell me she's a woman. Her response to this was, I just wish I snatched that man's liberty to have many wives, lock it up and throw it into a bottomless pit. I'm so angry with these male privileges. You can see the absurd thing a husband made his wife to go through. Another one said, I will only take seriously if the man also goes through such oaths. 1, is the man allowed to sleep with other women? If Konji holds him, is he only allowed to please himself with his hands? 2, if she dies untimely, can he remarry without going through some dark rituals? If these are not two-way, the traditional culture is backward and deserves its place in trash. Now, I really don't want to go into a lot of comment there because a lot of women are really, really angry when they read this and they are commenting no differently at all. And me, as somebody who loves tradition and culture, I will not read those comments because those are disrespectful comments. Let me make this clear. I know I shouldn't have been saying this in 21st century, but let me make it clear. Tradition and cultures are in place for a reason. Yes, I agree. Tradition and cultures going back to the ages has always been in favor of men. And it's supposed to be so. Yes, because we are men. Remember back in the days, women don't go to war. Men are the one who go to war. Men are the one who till the land. Men are the one who hunt. Men are the one who do a lot of things to provide for women. And that is why the tradition accorded men a lot of privileges.
Lies.
Don't start, oh. Don't even start. Back in the days, men did so much for the women. We protect, we provide. We did so many things. Provide security. Women take care of the home as usual. And because of that, the forefathers, they ensure that men are protected. So I don't think anything is wrong with culture and tradition. However, in this particular case, I remember one time, I think it was Sister Marriott who said our culture need audit. I agree our culture need audit because this particular one that Regina Mama open her eyes and allow her to swan to, this one is not good. A lot of men have died as a result of these things. They plenty back in the days. One man, a lot of people died. There are some women you don't touch. There are some women you don't climb. Even if they open paradise and say, come and have a go, you better run. So let's have the conversation briefly. Uncle Dayo, or who want to go first?
I'd like to go first, if you don't mind.
Your take on this culture?
Sorry, Ben, malarkey, BS. I won't say the full word. I'll just put initials, BS. And I believe that all of these traditions are just there to scare people. If they died of something else. I don't believe it. And let me tell you why I don't believe it. Now, you said that there's some women, I'm going to use your terminology, climb. Okay, this is because this doesn't just fall in rituals. There's traditions in land, in whom you marry, blah, 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 blah. Question. When they took the slaves, and they took a lot of them from Nigeria, Nigeria was part of the people who they took.
Okay,
nothing happened. How come nothing happened to them? And then all these traditions, if these things were so powerful, the reason why I feel that there's no validity to it, if these things were so powerful, how come all this power, it seems to happen to only the people there, but every other person comes and the colonizers and the imperialists, they do what they want. Somehow the traditions becomes neutral. The laws of the land are neutral. I don't believe this. I'm sorry. And it's one-sided. It's one-sided because how is it that one person, I'm not taking up for Regina. She don't mean nothing to me. I'm just being fair. Why is it one-sided? Why does this favor her and not him? And Ben, you know, and the what you are saying about men, a lot of history is conversations for another day, another time. I don't even think these are conversations that even your show covers. But there is a lot of fallacy there. Back in Africa, Africa was egalitarian. It wasn't patriarchal. It was egalitarian. In fact, it was more of women who ran things, but not in a way of intimidating men. They worked together. It was until the invaders came in and took over things and messed everything up. So no, it's your stance that, oh yeah, because men did this and men did that. No, women did a lot, but those histories were erased. If you doubt me, if you studied history, West African history, one of the things that they did when the colonizers came, Naka University, they would burn all the books. So a lot of the truth, you're not getting the truth, but this is one-sided. I don't believe it. It's just to scare women and keep them in their place. That's all intimidating.
Right.
Don't believe it.
Okay, Sister Rose, I agree. I respect your opinion, but this is what I will say to listeners. Please, if you ever go to African, your area or wherever you go, when they tell you don't cross some bridges, don't do it too. That's what I can tell you.
Okay, Ben, can I ask a quick question? And I'm not being funny. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be insulting, and I'm not trying to be clever. You said, okay, they will tell you don't go to certain bridges, don't go to certain places. But it's a well-known thing in Africa. And this is a genuine question. I truly, truly want to know and understand if you can answer. Why do these things seem to apply to us? But when other people want to come and take our lands and our resources, all of a sudden, these magical powers and these great gods, it don't work. Why? Why is it neutral when it comes to colonizing our place and taking over our land?
You are asking me?
Yes, because you just said now. If you are
heard what I just said, Sister Rose. I said I respect your take. I respect.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not.
I am just saying, me, it's my responsibility to also tell people what I think.
Ben, I don't think you're understanding me.
I understand what you are asking. The easier answer I can give you, if I was born in 1917s or 18s, it would have been great. I wasn't born then. From what I gathered in history, most of these white folks, they recognize the power, the black power they met when they came for colonizing. That is why when the first set came and they met huge resistance, before they can come back again, you started having those missionaries and all of that. They have to use style to at least nullify some of those powers. That is what I was told. I wasn't there. So I can't answer that for you, Sister Rose. If you say all those powers, they are nonsense, they doesn't work, I agree with you. You are free to see it that way. But this is what I would tell people as somebody who grew up in the village too, and somebody who has witnessed these things happened over and over again. What I would tell people is when you go to places in Africa, especially villages, and they tell you this is forbidden, or don't do this, or don't cross this, or don't eat that, for your own good, what I would tell you is don't try it. Just leave it at that. Even the Bible itself says, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give to God what belongs to God. One day I think last week, we mentioned Thunderbolt here. A lot of people don't believe Thunderbolt, but Thunderbolt still works like wildfire. Some Thunderbolt, now ordinary broom, now in they go do them. They go place her down. When the woman wake up, you cross her, you not go even know. Thunderbolt, the real Thunderbolt that works like magic. You won't even spend 2,000 naira. They don't do them for you. Very simple. People will get mind to do them, they do them. They go put her in front of you, you cross. We see it's happening. Man go die, woman self. That's some woman belly go big. You are seeing all kind of sicknesses in Nigeria, for instance. Now, when people will tell you, doctor, it's common in Nigeria for doctor to diagnose and tell you that we've run lab, we've run this, we've done that. We don't really see what happened. What people like us that actually know that some of these traditions are real, what we usually tell people is that once your doctor number 1, number 2, number 3 is telling you they don't see anything wrong with you, begin go traditional. One thing is wrong. So, Sister Rose, I get it. Don't believe in it. Please, if you get Christ, don't believe in it. But what I would tell you is this. If you go to the village, December they come now, and maybe they are having some carnival, they are having something, and they try juju. If you go to say, I'm a born again, try it. Even Jesus will tell you, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You know how many times Jesus was tested in the Bible? That even him, our own Lord Jesus, that we believe in so much, so he was tested 3 times. It's in the Bible, Uncle Dayo. Now, Nasabi biblical verse. Go back and read it. Even Jesus himself, he go tell Satan, you know what? I'm not doing this you asked me to do. So please, don't be fooled. Those people in the village, they are wicked. They would believe in tradition. Your
Uncle
faith is not as clean enough to avoid some of those things. That's just what I would say. Yes, Uncle Dayo.
I just want to answer my sister, Sister Rose. What Sister Rose is actually saying, I want to answer our question, but I'm going to answer our question with a picture and with a very good illustration that will make her to understand why it is like that. She is asking that if we Africans or if we Nigerians, let us even localize it now, if we Nigerians really have those traditional powers, how come when the foreign people comes, or how come when foreigner comes, it seems as if those powers are not really working, or maybe they are just completely ineffective against them. But I just want to answer by this illustration. We all know the story of the people of all these Israelites in the Bible. Israelites is supported by God. And we all know that there are times that when God is fighting their battle, he will make the nations before them to be like ants and they will be like giants. And there are some other times that their enemies will come and kill them, and buy them anyhow as they want. So it applies to every culture and tradition. If you are in tune with your God as a traditional people, your God will fight for you. If you have done something wrong, or if your God faces a stronger God, they will make a mismatch of your own culture. It's not because your God is not strong, but we have gods and then we have gods. So let us understand that. That's number one.
Right.
Number two is that when you're talking about culture and tradition, please don't joke with it. Even Bible respects culture and tradition. Bible respects it. Don't joke with it, because there are some things that have been done even before you were born as a person into that your community, into that your village. There were some rights that they have done, and there are some things that they have done, and then there are some curses that they must have placed against some taboos, that our children must not do this, our children must not do that, or our generation yet unborn must not. If you say because now you are now a Gen Z or Gen Alpha or Gen Millennial or Gen whatever, you don't believe in those traditions and you go against it, consequences are there. It still happens. Ignorance is not an excuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Daya. So just to start rounding up this conversation, let me ask this question. Where is my Abby?
I'm here, Uncle Ben. I actually wanted to say something. Sorry.
Okay.
I think
So
we're glad to read Zeno's comments.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason it will work is because she agreed with it. The same reason a demon cannot enter you unless you accept it. She agreed with it. Same thing with giving Caesar what it is his. Now it's the same thing even with Christianity. How do you become a Christian? You just have to accept Jesus. Whether or not you go on and start and become a born again Christian and do what you're supposed to do is a whole different thing. I think that's what people don't understand generally. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim. It starts with faith. It starts with agreeing with something, right? Personally, yes, Uncle Ben, Gen Z, it took me a very long time to understand. I don't believe in juju. And a lot of people will say that the reason why juju works for them is because they believe in it. Fair enough. But the one thing that I know is that my mother, all of my aunties cannot be lying. My mother cannot say, listen, on this our trip to Asaba, if this auntie tells you this, don't answer, don't eat this, my mother cannot be lying. That's the one thing I'm saying. All of my mom and all of her sisters, they're lying to me about their village people. It's not possible. They have no reason to lie. That's all me I'm saying. So me, if they tell me as we're going on this our trip to Asaba, do this, don't do this, I am agreeing. That is just me. It's not that I believe or anything. I would rather be safe than sorry. Now, Uncle Ben, a couple minutes ago, I spoke about Ogwashuku. My auntie married a man from Ogwashuku. If I tell you story, I actually messaged her, but she's an elderly woman now, so she's probably already asleep. So she didn't reply me. I wanted to ask her if it was okay to share from when her husband passed to her son passing, 3 months between. Uncle Ben, if you hear the story, she was initiated into this nonsense. We have the pictures because her husband was a prominent lawyer in Ogwashuku that year. And that's why I say I wish Uncle Emeka was here. This thing to you, because you're now in a westernized world, you don't believe in it, does not make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense. But again, I'm looking at this thing. I was there, I was younger. I'm looking at this story. You guys know I don't believe in all this nonsense normally. But clearly, there's something about it that is scary. Zeno, too, that is Gen Z, just said one of her family members passed. Again, Zeno might not have fully believed, though. But we're seeing these things around us. I saw this thing with my auntie. See the rituals, Uncle Ben. All these things that Nollywood they are doing. Shave the hair, sleep with the cops. Uncle Ben, they did it to my auntie. In Ogwashuku, they did it. I was there. They did it to my auntie. But to me, I was like, how? It's not possible. I'm thinking because Ada, she can fight for her, her husband is a politician. I'm thinking, oh, my dad was in the military. They could fight for her. They asked them to not get involved. It was that.
Can I just jump in very, very quickly, real quick, because I know you have other people. I do believe that there's something greater than us. And Ben, I don't think that what you're saying is not true. Just like Abby said, I have certain sentiments. There are things that when an elder tells me, the African culture, I will listen because, like I said, I'm not taking chances. Remember, Ben, me and you talk. My mom, my uncle, and my father. I don't know what it is about those ones. When they tell you something, it may not make sense to you. You just listen. Even if it doesn't make sense. I believe those things exist. But I cannot help but wonder. You don't have to answer. You don't have this. I'm not even asking, but it just doesn't seem that this stuff it seems to only apply with us, but all these other people can come in and do whatever they want in our culture.
Sister
Go ahead.
Rose, we've had conversation on multiple occasions. If you are looking at it from these other people can just come in, take our stuff and go from colonial era, we completely miss the essence of this conversation. The reason we are having this conversation is for our own people. It's not colonizer or whatever. Those are in the past. Our job now is to educate this new generation, these younger folks, so that they may not make mistake. So that's why I'm emphasizing this. As to why people come from outside, they rub things, deities are not fighting, I don't know. One thing I know from what I've learned when I was younger, hanging around older people in the village, one thing I know is that if you want to weaken a deity or maybe an ancestor or maybe all these powers, they usually have priests. That's why you will hear Ifa priest, that one priest. Those priests are usually who they listen to. They are the one who has been ordained or somehow, I don't know how they do it when they were childhood. They will have given them that power so they can talk to those gods. Now, whenever you want to weaken those powers, you go and weaken the person, whoever is the priest. That's why those priests, they observe a lot of it. For instance, there are some things that shouldn't be around where they sleep. There are some things they should not eat or drink. There are just so many things. So if you want to weaken the gods, you weaken the priest. The gods only listen to the priest sometimes. So those are just like some of the things they taught me growing up, that hey, even though all these juju, they are very powerful, but still back in those days when they are fighting civil war and all those traditional wars, if they want to invade a community, they want to fire anything, what they first of all do is to de-escalate the chief priest. So once the chief priest is out of the equation, then they can come and do whatever they want to do.
Okay. No, that I've heard about that one. Okay.
So I can't answer that for you. The reason we are having this conversation is because of this culture. Because
no, understood.
A lot is still happening now. And I was going to ask Abby and other people watching now, do you believe in that blood covenant where two lovers will carry blade, struck each other arm and lick blood? I will love you forever. And you too, you lick mine. Do you believe that thing works or it doesn't work? Let me just say.
I don't believe.
You don't believe it works, right?
Ben, I don't believe in anything. But a lot of times, as always, seeing is believing, or you get in certain situations and you hear. And again, like you have to ask yourself, everybody cannot be lying. That blood covenant thing, again, I believe is the same idea, which I explained with Christianity. You cannot be a Christian on this platform. At least you don't care about juju, but you're a Christian. You cannot understand where faith lies or where you accepting something lies. So if you accept that the blood covenant is a thing, then I think it will work. That's what I think.
No, but you don't believe it.
I don't believe it. I wouldn't do it.
Can you lick the blood? Because you don't believe it won't work. Will you lick it?
Why will I leak blood? There's other things to worry about, like HIV.
It's just blood now. Why you not go feel it?
I won't lick it because for me, some things are not even always about if it's such a sacred thing. Some things are just stupid. I can't do something stupid like that.
Listen, there are some things you don't do. What I usually advise people is that anything you don't know about, even if they say you know go work, don't do it because you don't know anything about it. Just let them carry their crap and begin moving. So coming back to Ned and Regina, this covenant is the reason Regina can't leave.
Ben, read Cece's comment.
Power.
It falls along the lines of what I'm saying. She says,
it's okay to look at it like that now, but we that we grew up where all these things happening, we know they are very, very potent. Let me give you an example. In fact, for the Christians that are watching right now, I think we have like 100 people watching. Why do you think your father Geo, daddy Geos, they go around with their own personal security men with guns? Why do you think they do that?
Because they have no faith in the religion they preach.
Oh, you think so?
No, but okay, didn't it say that Jesus Christ will protect you? Psalm 91, Psalm 23. So you don't need, huh?
Are you a Christian?
Uh, I'm a Christian slash. I'm a Christian. No, I'm a Christian. I was raised Christian, but sometimes certain things that happen in the world make me question a lot of stuff. So yes, I'm a Christian. I believe in Christ, but sometimes I'm doubtful.
Okay, see, I feel the same way after my mom passed ECC, but I've gone back and I'm good now. But the reason I'm asking this is because for me, Abby, I cannot be terribly ill and decide to start praying. I cannot be gasping for air and not call the ambulance and start praying. The idea is I'm going to go to hospital while I pray. Let both things work together for my good.
Good, exactly.
So it's the same way Daddy Gio cannot say he wants to go to Zamfara and say he's holding his Bible. That's not how it works.
No, that's not how it works. But you know something? You know the funny thing about the hypocrisy about what they do? They tell you with them when they get sick. Let's use sickness pathology now. When they get sick, they go overseas. But you know what they tell their parishioners? They tell the people who come in, "Oh, buy my holy water, buy my healing napkin. You know, do all this stuff. Just pray to God to protect you." I'm saying this factually. So I get what you're saying, but they're not practicing what they're telling the people to do.
Okay. All right. Let's just bring this back to Regina's situation. So finally, did anybody agree with what I read and the conditions that makes it difficult for Regina to leave? Do we all agree that Regina cannot leave this marriage? And as you can see, Uncle Ned is very, very proud. He knew she ain't going nowhere. Uncle Ned has moved to one of his wife now, started showing that one up and down on social media. And then I want to show you guys this comment from Uncle Ned. This one really, really pissed me off initially, but again, I'm just like, what the hell? It's none of my business. Let me just go ahead. So Uncle Ned has become a blogger. And this is the reason why I say he's a blogger. So after the video was making around and everything, I believe you've all seen this now. Uncle Ned said, Regina's unprovoked carnage and rampage in my house and in my absence. Please take note. Ladies, where is cheating guys? Sister Mario D, Misty them. My lawyers, I need you now. He says, Regina's unprovoked carnage and rampage in my house and in my absence. Regina was not always like this. Where my glass? Regina was not always like this. Her current battle with drugs and alcohol abuse is the root of our problem. Underline our problem. She must continue her rehabilitation program, meaning she's in a rehab. I don't get it. Or I fear for her life and safety. Now she has moved to a place where she will have unrestricted access to drugs. I have other wives. Take note of that. That's why I say this is loaded. I have other wives, and none will ever accuse me of violence. Regina is the violent one here. Abby, now I know they use that term again, but for use them here. Gaslighting. Regina is the violent one here, slapping and hitting three staff in the
then you
past.
can use it when you're against brotherhood. You can use it.
But I can't use it when I'm against sisterhood.
Exactly. That's how it goes.
And you people want Nigeria to be a better place. Okay, I continue. I have other wives, and none will ever accuse me of violence. Regina is the violent one here, slapping and hitting 3 staff in the past 48 hours and destroying property, including cars and windows, for no just cause. The truth is, I have set a clear condition for her to accept rehab in Asokoro or outside Nigeria, especially Jordan. Why Jordan? Where she will not have access to DRUGS. A clear-headed Regina would have taken Moon to the hospital, but instead she even threatened to buy our resident nurse, in bracket, for exposing her drug use. While I took Moon to the hospital, how can you be absent and you took Moon to the hospital again? All right. While I took Moon to the hospital, a scene of chaos unfolded at home, orchestrated by Sammy, Regina's main drug supplier. Another known supplier of drugs to Regina is the tiny evil devil called Anne. Is that Anne Idibia? Anyway, this is what
No,
Senator
that's
Ned.
not and that's not
Oh,
an Idibia.
it's not an Idibia. Okay, good. So this is what Senator Ned shared. At first, it really got me pissed off. Like, which kind of craziness is this? In all of this, he did not address the multiple assault, that is DV, that the claim has been happening to Regina. He did not address it. Rather, he said Reggie is the violent one here, which is where I think that terminology that real farm sister taught me is applicable. He is gaslighting Regina. Bam, bam, bam. So that's it. From this press release, or what do I call it now? My takeaway is that Senator Ned knew that there is no way Regina can divorce him. With the Otudu ritual they did and everything ongoing, he knew Regina cannot divorce him. Your final take, ladies and gentlemen, unless if IB want to remain here or if people still want to talk, I think I've come to the end of the show, but let's begin to have your final take. Let me start with Sister Natu. Are you still here? I'm seeing Sister Natu. Sister Natu.
Yeah, she just came back.
Sister Natu no day here. Sister Natu no day here. Maybe my sister don't sleep safe. Or you don't they chase walk they go. Anyway.
I did here. I did find where I dropped the phone.
Came back again. Yeah.
Sister Natu no know where you drop phone.
Bravo. You see how my family members have been coming for me these few days. I feel betrayed.
That's why they hide your phone. May you not even see the phone at all, right?
No, so I was actually coming back for Sister Rose and that her submission. That she said that when you ask the question, why are men of God working around with bodyguard? They're not working around with bodyguard just for the bodyguard to protect them.
Okay.
Sometimes you know how people act in public are crazy. Somebody might attack them. And if you say, okay, why don't they believe in God attacking them? Why don't you drive without seatbelts?
All right.
Do you understand?
It's not too, because of my time. I thought we are gonna do 2 hours, but we're almost approaching 4 hours now.
You know, so that one no go work. I don't know why you think that one.
That's why I'm asking now. If I want, Abby is there. Abby can hold down the studio. I can just be.
As long as it's not past 10:30, that's fine. As long as it's not past 10:30, which is in an hour and 15 minutes, I can stay here.
Okay. If the conversation want to continue, Abby can handle it. I will join you guys back. But what I want to know, Sister Natu,
Abby have work tomorrow. I need her to go to bed.
From Senator Ned press release to the fact that the ritual he had Regina on has already made it difficult for Regina to leave the marriage. Those of us who believe that when DV is involved in a marriage, women should leave. Is there any way out for Regina, spiritually and physically and legally? Your take, Sister Natu. Abby, take over. Sister Rose is here. Uncle Dayo is still here. I shared the link.
Before.
The guy is coming too. So your final take, Sister Natu.
I think we have talked about this before. There's way out for her, but it's up to her. Like if you watch Auntie B show yesterday, Auntie B said that Regina has to focus on saving Regina first before. So if she wants to go, he threatened her like Layla the last time and tell her she can't live without the children. So she will have to leave the children and go and get herself first. Then she can come back for her children. But if she wants to say she wants to fight for herself and the children at the same time, that's what the problem is. So there's way out for her. Like I've told you, this is not the era of when they can say you can't do anything. You can do anything now because these people are trying to redeem their name.
I'm
So
sorry.
they're
I'm
doing
sorry.
everything possible.
Sister Nata, I'm sorry.
Sir?
That idea that she's going to fight for her children, maybe she just forget that one. This is not America.
That's why I said that's why I said yesterday B said she has to fight for Regina first.
But I think
She has to fight
I
first.
think Ben is referring to the oath, the fact that she's tied by that oath. Can she be free? I think that's what he's referring to.
That one she will involve her traditional people. I think they can undo it too. When it gets to DV and stuff like this, I think it can be undone. If her people want to follow her.
Yes, they can undo it, but it's very, very dicey.
Partner do not want to let go now.
To undo it, Ned will have to free her first, or the father must be there. But here is the problem. The father was not there when they marry her. So it will be difficult. I'm just speaking strictly traditional now. If the father was there when she was married and he collect all the rights and everything, the father can undo it with the chief priest. If he can pay all the sacrifices, all the cow, goat, whatever they needed to. But as he said, the papa no day there, the father cannot do it, and the mom cannot undo it. This is where this man just outplay all of them. The mama where Mumu, she's a woman, you don't have a say when it culture. So thank you, Sister Natu.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Dayo, please.
Yes, so I want to say this because I actually think that what Sister Rose and Sister Natu were saying has to do with the bad side of our culture. Let me use that language because our culture sometimes is a bit partial, so to say. Because there was a question that Sister Rose asked, and nobody seemed to like answer her. She was like, "How come all these rights and traditions always seem to favor a particular side more than the other?" But that's what our tradition is. Because in all this culture, particularly the one that you read out, Uncle Ben, it was the man that was always having the free will. The woman are the one that is being constrained not to do this, don't do this. But what happened to the man? Why can't there be a culture that says that, okay, if the woman does this in marriage, she will buy, and if the man too does this in marriage, it will buy. Culture don't do that. To me, that is partial. Anyway, that's just what it is. But back to the issue now, this thing could be undone, as rightly said.
Sorry,
but
Uncle
just
Dayo.
that it may be difficult.
Uncle Dayo, it is our right as a man to have that advantage over women. Carry on, sir.
I know,
Uncle
but
Ben.
Uncle Ben, I don't want to go into that tonight. I don't want to go into that tonight.
Doing?
Because you want to start another bad boost with that. You are correct, Uncle Ben, and I'm support of you, but I don't want to go into that. But I'm just saying it the way it is.
Dayo.
Men are favored.
I thought you
Men are
integrity. You
wait.
yeah, Ben.
No, men are favored by tradition. No doubt about that. And even in some instances, Bible favors men over women. It's not something hidden. Everybody knows that. But that's not where we're going. But what I'm saying now is that as per this culture, whatever was done during their marriage could be undone if only they can return the bride price and do some rituals that pertain to that tradition. Then she can be free to marry somebody else. Now, let me give you an instance. Even the one that happened in Yoruba land, if you remember the Oni of Ife, she married a woman, and that now let me tell you something about Yoruba culture. Anybody married to a king, no man can cross. I mean, no any woman married to a king, no man can cross her again.
They no born the woman well, and they no born the man well. May we let them know now. I saw in the chat.
No man.
I saw in the chat where Sister Marriott, the troublemaker, and I think Antinika and who else, they were like, okay, we are waiting for a new one. They're not born any man where to go climb. Go ahead, sir.
So we have our culture too, like that, except they do a particular ritual for that woman to be free, and the Oni must be the one that will perform it so that she can be free. That's why, see, all these things are there to protect culture, to protect tradition, and to protect our own beliefs and all. But
Can I say something? You should just said something. There was this, this thing we call dreadlocks. In Nigeria, they say, and I don't know, back then they were calling it dada, and they said that, oh, before you cut it, you have to do a ritual, right? Here in America, they have dreadlocks. They
yes,
cut it. They don't perform.
no,
No
no,
miracle. Nothing
no,
happening.
Sister Rose, let me explain something to you. Even the Bible said something about that. Bible called them Nazarites. They were born Nazarites. Some people are born with that dreadlocks, and for you to do it, even in the Jewish culture, you will do something like a ritual before you can cut off that head. Now in Nigeria, some children came with that lock, but through birth, and then some people can cut it off without any cut. But there are some that are peculiar, that they come with a message that this boy is going to be like this, so, and then you must not cut off his, the hair on his head. You remember, same thing happened to this my brother Samson. God himself gave instruction, no reason must. And then when they cut off Samson's head, we all know what happened. So some of these things is not about disregarding tradition or culture. It's about what is behind it. There are something that you will do as a lady that nothing will happen to you, and then if somebody else does it, consequences will be there for that person. So we cannot be comparing like that. In America, somebody may grow dreadlocks, may have dreadlocks and cut it off without any issues. But in Africa, yeah, I know, go and meet all these Kerubu and Seraphim churches, all these white garment churches. When they have children like that, they don't play with it. They will do some rituals before and if they don't do it and they cut off that head, something always happen to that child. So please, I don't want to go into that. But what I'm saying now is that when you are looking at culture from that perspective, you may never respect it, because if you keep on comparing your culture with some other, okay, how come that in Nigeria when we do this will be like this, but when you come abroad and you just the same thing, nothing will happen. Never you look at a culture like that. So because if you remember, there are principalities and powers in the air. There are things, there are principalities that controls territories. The ones that are controlling Africa are not the ones that are controlling Europe or controlling America. If you want to delve into the spiritual things, we have to understand how spirituality works. There are some spirits that are controlling each environment. So if you are within the environment whereby the culture is against certain things and you went against it and you does that, you will pay the consequence. But if you are in another area whereby it does not matter to those principalities over there, and you do the same thing, it may not affect you. So we have to have that understanding. It's not about undermining the place whereby the thing really work and saying that it's not working there. So that means it does not really have power. No, please don't make that mistake. Now back to the issue at hand. When we're talking about this thing, it can be undone. We have them. There's nothing that is too difficult to do. Even the worst case scenario, take it to God. God will free you. So if she wants to be free and live her life, she just has to follow the step of the tradition. And then Uncle Beno was saying that because the father was not there, but there was someone that stood for her as a father. That person still have the right to return that dowry over her head, because since he was the one that stood for her as a father, other than the uncle or other than the umuna or whatever, anybody that stood to receive the bride price still has the power to give it back, and that thing can be undone. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dayo. But I don't think that this initiation has anything to do with the bride price, unfortunately, right? And I'm saying this based off of my experience with my auntie as well, where her husband has now passed on. It's just a thing. And I think there's this whole thing of they can never even remarry. It's just so messy. So I don't even think that if they reform the bride price is going to fix anything in this case, according to the tradition. But again, I think what we're trying to say here is that these things may only work if you believe. It's the same thing. That's why I'm asking people, at least the one thing that we share across this platform for the most part is Christianity, right? Where most of us are Christian. And if you're a Christian, you know that being a Christian, we operate by faith. Not like we were there when Jesus came or Jesus passed or Jesus resurrected. We're not there. We're operating by faith. Another issue I have with Christians is that why can't you just accept that there are other religions? Traditional worshippers, that's their religion. They believe in the juju and the all of that nonsense. It's their religion. We don't believe it. We don't understand it. No voila. Keep it moving. That's all I have to say. She thinker, are you here, sis?
Yep. Hi, everybody. Hi again. Thank you. There are just two things I'll say in closing. Can this be undone? Number one, traditionally, and then secondly, spiritually, speaking from a Christian lens. So traditionally, I'd say that I'll still influence, my take on tradition will still be influenced by Christian thought. So there's something called redemption, right? Redemption is like you don't earn it, you don't deserve it, but someone still steps in to buy you back. Now, what her father can do is, with his deep love for his daughter, knowing that his daughter was under the influence initially, whether of her mother's greed plus the money that was being flashed in her face by the man she married, and then her own foolishness as a young person, her father can choose to walk in redeeming love concerning her and go to the village and settle the score with the tradition and say, I was not involved in my daughter's wedding. I want to undo these rights. I will pay whatever needs to be paid. I will sacrifice whatever needs to be sacrificed. I'm standing in on behalf of my daughter, with my daughter, because she says she's not doing again. And I think I don't practice African traditional spirituality, but I would like to think that the gods are fair. Sometimes it seems like they're not, but I would like to think that there's good and there's evil within African traditional spirituality. And so I'd like to think that if somebody took an oath where they didn't have the right to take the oath without the father's blessing, her father can now come in to stand and say, I am standing to redeem my daughter, even though I was not there at the beginning. Now, the reason why he can do it is essentially, whilst Uncle Ben may say he can't do it because he wasn't there at the beginning, but I think the reason why he can do it is because he was not there at the beginning. So he was not included. So whatever was done in the first place was done illegally under cultural law, in terms of the law of the land says he needs to be there, and he was not there. So that doesn't stand. So I believe that her father can stand in redemptive love over her. That's traditionally. Now, spiritually, some years ago, there was this thing that occurred to me. It was about Joseph and Esau. Wait, not Joseph, sorry, Jacob and Esau. So after Jacob stole Esau's blessing in Genesis, and Esau went to Isaac and said, and brought the game that he'd caught, and he said, okay, bless me, here's the food that you asked me to cook. And Isaac said to him, no, I've blessed your brother already. There's no blessing left. And Esau was crying, and Isaac, and he said, no, you have to bless me. And Isaac issued a very strange blessing that really is applicable to this story, because he said, your hand will be against it. I think he said something like, you will serve your brother. He said, God will give you of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth, or something like that. But then, so it wasn't as deep a blessing as Jacob's blessing. But then he said, you will serve your brother. And then he says, but when you grow weary of it, you will break the chains over you. What struck me when I read this years and years ago was that even within the curse, there's an out. So it was supposed to be, it was a declaration, right? And it was almost like a curse to say you will serve your brother. But within that, it gave him an out that said, the day you get tired, you will break his chains over you. You will say, I'm not doing it again, and you'll be free to go. So sometimes some things are not broken until a person gets properly tired. When you get properly tired and you cry out to God and you get on your knees and you ask him to step in, you break whatever was placed on you. So I'm hoping that if one, for any reason she ever comes across this video, this YouTube, she'll hear this part where she gets encouraged to know that no matter the strength of tradition, the day that you get tired and you cry out to God, there's nothing too strong that he can't save you from. That's it. Yunkus Pepe says the gods don't have sense and they're not fair either, which is why you cry out to God Almighty, like I've just said. The gods don't have sense. Well, yeah, apparently. And then the other thing I was going to say in response to Uncle Beno was when he was saying about all those laws that were made in favor of men back then in our culture were because men were doing X, Y, Z. Well, men could have been doing X, Y, and Z, but then why do we have a Queen Amina who was leading men in battle? And why do we have a Queen Idia who was also leading men in battle? And why do we still revere Oshun, who went and, was it Oshun or Yemoja, who went and did what the men wouldn't do? So please, Uncle Ben, when men's strength stops, God raised women to stand in. Even in the Bible, why do we have Deborah? Why do we have Jael? So Uncle Beno, please, thank you very much. Be guided.
I love that. Be guided, Uncle Ben. I'm going to start. Uncle Ben, I'm going to say your number as Uncle Ben. Guided. Just so that I can remember to say that more often. You join our backstage. Uncle Ben has been waiting for you, actually.
I sent Uncle Beno a DM on IG. He said he'll send me the link.
Uncle Ben is an old man. He's not here, so let me just say today. He's an old man. So even Instagram, I don't think you start using Instagram. I'm joking. Anyway, I
I'll find you on IG and I'll send. Yeah, go on.
Okay. I think I want to ask you a question or in a sense, ask you, or should I say, make a statement and then see if you can reply. The whole thing as well with tradition, I'm even surprised that anybody is saying that all of these tradition are meant to be against women, as opposed to what? Even now in the modern day, most laws are to put women down. We're struggling. That's the point of feminism, right? It's the same struggle. Not to talk of Nigeria that is meant to be these upholders of patriarchy. Did you think they were going to consider women to begin with their tradition? Also, I remember asking my dad a long time ago, I was much younger. I said, all of witchcraft, right? Because like I said to you before, my mom is from around or them Ned area. And whenever we go to Asaba to visit, my mom always had instructions for us. My dad had instructions for us. Don't do this. They had aunties that they were avoiding. And in my head, I'm thinking, if your own family, they are so wicked and they are witches and wizards, why are we going to Asaba? One. Secondly, why have you guys not, pushed them away from the family? He always used to, this was me being a young child thinking this is so if I felt someone was evil and would do something to my children, I just wouldn't go close to them. But I also realized, like, sentiments where family is concerned with a lot of our parents, you will know that a brother is a thief, but you give him a second chance. But he's a thief. Like, why we give him a second chance? He's a thief, right? Or you know that somebody you still bring them around because family is everything. Our parents do that a lot. But anyway, what I wanted to say is, I remember asking my dad this question about witches, right? Why is it that witches don't do good things like take themselves on holiday or go and rob a bank or build a house for themselves with this supernatural power? And my dad said, because a lot of times this power, this energy is negative, is evil. So they can't do good things. That's how I feel about these gods that you were talking about. This is me referring to Auntie Inku's comment as well, where I don't think anything good. I think Sisi also said something like, oh, why don't they solve the hunger issue in the land? They can't do anything good with these things because it's rooted in evil, evil deeds and wickedness and unfairness. So how do you want to do something good? How?
Okay, so let me put it like this. My father became a Christian when he was 8 years old, as a child. Before he became a Christian, in the community that he comes from, it was traditional spirituality. That was all that was practiced, which included the worship of their ancestors. So I don't know about everybody's culture, but before Christianity came to Nigeria, all our ancestors knew was traditional spirituality. Right? Now, there were Christian communities from age old. So I'm not saying this is a recent thing because there were Christians in Warri in the 1400s. And there were Christians in Ethiopia from 100 BC, from 30 30 AD. 30 AD, 35 AD, there were Christians in Ethiopia, and that would have spread. So let's talk about what the communities where Christianity had not reached, right? Since we're predominantly Christians on this platform. Now, I don't believe that all of those people that did not know Jesus were evil. All they knew was their traditional practice. And within the context of their traditional practice, some of them practiced honesty, simplicity, charity, and just generally being good people. They participated in their traditional rites and their traditional events. They swore oaths, but they were truthful and honest about it. They did not know anything other than the culture that they practiced, and many of them tried to be good within the context of their faith. Some of them were evil within the context of their faith, granted, because there's always good and there's always bad. But because they did not know any different, I would not go far enough to say all of them were practicing evil. No.
Mm.
I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes.
Because I know that even now that, Christianity has come, and in some contexts, some people are Muslims, and, people believe in one God, and we follow, for those of us who are Christians, we believe in Jesus as our Lord and Savior. And, that is the life we live. There are a lot of places where some of those cultural practices still carry on. Sometimes with regard to the deities, sometimes without regard to the deities, just as cultural practices, not as religious practices. You know, I I'm not one who involves myself in those things, but I maintain a respectful distance, because there's a part in the Bible, I think it's in Jude, where it said that I think it's Moses, or was it an angel, when they were there's somewhere in Jude, I think towards the end, almost towards Revelation, where it said that even an angel or even Moses did not make light of spiritual things that they didn't understand, that the person said to the devil, "The Lord rebuke you." So I think sometimes as
It's in the book
Christians,
of Jude. It's in the book of Jude. You are
Jude,
correct.
thank you very much, Uncle Dio. So I think sometimes as Christians, um, while we are following our faith and all of that, we should not be too quick to speak on things we don't understand. In terms of traditional religious practices, there's some things you just maintain. I have a cousin, a distance cousin. But let me end that last thought before I talk about my cousin. There's some things you should just maintain a respectful distance from, rather than trying to speak on what we don't understand. I have a distant cousin who I heard of when I was a child. She became born again, and then she now decided to go to to go to the village and go to the shrine in the village and go to scatter the shrine, and she lost her mind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what exactly went on, but she lost her mind. I have a friend. Now that one was a personal friend, and that time when he was very born again, very high in the spirit, and he just used to walk around imagining, not only sometimes doing miracles, but sometimes imagining he could do miracles when God wasn't sending him. So he and his brother were in a petrol station one time, queuing for fuel, and there was a mentally ill person. You know how in Nigeria you can see visible signs that a person is mentally ill. I don't want to use the words we use when you say, anyway, you
Yeah.
know what I mean. A mad
Mm-hmm.
person, unfortunately. I don't really like those words, but you
I
see
don't like
people just roaming the streets. So he saw this person, and then he walked up to the person. I wanted to start conducting deliverance right there in the middle of the road. And his brother, who's also a Christian, just looked at him, and he just did yimu and moved his face to one side, like, what was this one feeling like? He was thinking his brother was crazy, because did God send you there? Sometimes we go and put our fingers in what's not our business, or go and poke our noses in what doesn't concern us. We need to have a respectful distance to these things.
I agree. Absolutely. Thank you, She Thinker,
You're welcome.
Uncle Dio. Do you have anything to add, please?
Yes, so I have something to add. Just that I just want to say that when it comes to things like this, sometimes We don't know beyond what we know, but it's good to respect every culture and everything that has to do with tradition and anything that they say is culture or that has to do with God. Please let us try to respect it. Let us try to respect it. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dayo. I agree with you. Like I said before, I don't understand it. I don't even want to understand it, but I feel like everyone can be lying. I've seen a few things that I don't even feel the need to explain because even me experiencing those things, I felt a bit crazy. I didn't feel like, I didn't feel like it was normal. But some things are just unexplainable, whether it's juju, whether it's tradition, whether whatever it is, it doesn't even matter. Just do your own part and leave the rest. That's what I'm going to say. Sister Rose, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
Do you have anything to say? So I think we can just start rounding off now.
No, I respect if I may say what I say, but trust me, when the time comes I will respect it all. I don't delve into things I don't understand, and I do believe in the wisdom of the elders. So even if I don't understand it or there's no evidence, if they say don't go there, trust me, I'm not going there. I don't want any trouble, you know. Um, but I had to ask the questions I was asking Ben. I had to ask it because there's just so many things that I just I can't understand. Like if we have all these powers, why don't these powers translate into stuff that could make our place better? Why is it just when it comes to these little tiny things? Look at okay, we have the kidnapping issue, the insecurity issue. Why can't any of these powers be used to eradicate that? I had to ask that question, but at the same time, um, I do respect it, and I keep. I'll be honest. African religion and tradition is of great interest to me, but at the same time, I just keep a distance from it because I don't want to. I don't want to enter trouble. I beg. If you don't believe in things you don't understand, you may get in trouble. So I respect. I respect all areas, including what Ben said. I think there's validity to what he's saying. If she doesn't do the proper rites, it might lead to her demise. So,
Hmm. Okay. Oh, she think has left already. I wanted to ask a question about 1 second. About Ned's claims, right? Uncle Dayo and Sister Rose that are here. I'm going to drop the link again in case anybody actually is interested in coming up just to finalize. Okay. So we saw Ned's Ned's claims, or should I say should I say Ned came out to defend himself, and Uncle Ben referred to him as a blogger. But the thing is, Ned has done this for ages. And like I said, it's obvious that he's very hungry for this social media presence, hence why Regina was a perfect candidate. Young, his type, which we know is young, from his part of the country, and also had, a lot of followers. But I wanted to ask you, Sister Rose, from the bottom of your heart, right?
mhm.
You feel like Ned is being truthful? Like, or what would you reading this? I'm sure have you seen it already?
um, what do you mean? Oh, you mean can you? Oh, you mean that thing? What you put on the screen is so
Yes. His nonsense defense. Let me
about drugs and so on.
yeah, would you say what was your take on that? Would you say that he's being truthful? Would you what do you have any concerns? Do you have anything to add? Like what just kind of analyze it. What would you say about what he's written? Analyze it in your own way.
If I'm going to be honest, if I'm going to be neutral, because I don't like him, I still stand on. I still take my stance. I don't like him, but I'm going to put that aside and try to be fair. It's hard to say. It really, really, really is hard to say. On one hand, he could be trying to say all this to save face. But on the other hand, this girl went berserk and they said that he wasn't home. They say he wasn't home when this happened. So what made her act that way when he wasn't home? You know, I'm just going based on what they're saying. So it could be either or. It could be either or. And it's very possible that she is using drugs because she doesn't have anything to do. She has money. You know, there's a lot of these rich people. That shocked me, man. Nigeria has changed. At the time you didn't hear such things. They have too much time on their hands, idle mind, not happy. I don't believe for one second that she was ever happy in the marriage. It's possible that she could have taken these drugs and gone berserk. So while I don't like him, it's hard to say. He might be telling the truth, or he might be just trying to make himself look good in the eyes. But in Nigeria, he's wealthy, so they're going to take his side anyway.
Okay, can I just add a few things? Maybe that would also prompt you in a sense. Two
Absolutely.
couple of things. First thing is, Uncle Dai, I'll come to you afterwards. First thing is, he claimed that one of his children, right, the older one, was well, but he claimed to not be around. But he also claims to be the one to take the child to the hospital. I found that very strange. There's also another release somewhere which I saw, I think yesterday or the day before, where it was apparently his aide or something worked there that took the child to the hospital. So it's like, what one is it? One. Secondly, what's that whole PR thing where he was out and about with his Moroccan wife, Leila, but he also was around to take the child to the.
Lies.
Were you around or were you not around? Were you Leila doing whatever you were doing? It seemed like some sort of like event with like a lot of government workers. I don't know. I don't know if you saw that video of him carrying her up and down.
No, I saw that. I saw it very brief. Yes.
And it just seemed like such a PR stunt because of the way she was smiling. Like they wanted to emphasize that she's happy.
Yeah, exactly. It's more than likely that's what she was there for. You know, this is damage control, and like you said, now that puts a whole different perspective. So you were two places at the same time, which makes it needs to think now that you're lying. And then remember, they said there's a part you hear Regina screaming. And then it's like, whether it was a sister saying, if you do something to my sister, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if they're referring to Ned, that he did something. So it's like he's lying. If I'm to go based on that, it's like he's telling lies and trying to save face.
Also, if you watch the original video from what's her name, from Regina, it seemed like the domestic staff, his aide, were begging her to calm down, as if they were pacifying her because she wasn't in the wrong. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like that sounds like an assumption, but you need to watch the video for that to make sense. It seemed as though they were trying to pacify her. I feel like if someone was dangerous, the way they claim, where I don't know, the response did not seem as though she was the wrong person. It seemed as though they were trying to beg her. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
I get what you're saying, but you know the thing in Nigeria, because these people are wealthy, right? Regardless of whatever happens, they always take that subservient role because they don't want to.
Against the husband, what I'm saying is that in that position, the husband is the wealthy one, right? We're trying to beg her. I don't know, but is her husband? I don't know how to explain it. Sorry, I can't really put words into the
No,
feeling.
you said they were trying to. It's like they're trying to pacify her. You were saying they were trying to pacify her.
Against her husband, as if if a man does something to a woman, there's a different way where they will beg the woman.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
Word for it, yeah.
Yeah, which kind of makes it look more like he was the aggressor.
Exactly.
He was the one who started the problem. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get the point you're saying.
So I don't know how it came across to you, but that's how it came across to me, how they were begging her, pacifying. It came across to me like they were trying to calm her down because she wasn't in the wrong. The dynamic just felt that way.
No, I agree with you there, especially being that he's got the money, he's got the power. They would be more if she was if it was the other way around, they would all rebuke her. They would all be ready to, knock her down. But it seemed like he was the aggressor. He was the one that antagonized her. So they're just trying to appease her. So I get what you're saying. And if you look at that, then it makes it seem like what she's saying is true. That he really came for her. He really attacked her for whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's really, at the same time, it's really hard to say, because this claim of drug, could the claim of drug be true? Or could it be just to negate her
something, Sister Rose, and I'm going to let Auntie Grace come talk. Sister Rose, remember that when it was Annie, they said the same thing. Every time when it was who as well, they said the same thing. This same man for his wife Layla, when she left temporarily, they said the same thing.
Same thing,
Every
exactly.
time a woman moves a bit funny according to Nigerian standards, right? They always end up saying that she's crazy out of her mind. That's the easiest way. The DRUG every time. So I'm wondering why it's always the women that are on this substance, because they've now spoken up or because they've now come out to cry. Now, reason why they are doing it is because they are under the influence and addicts. Come on.
No, that's true. That's good. That's an excellent point. I agree with you. And then now he's going, because he has money and the influence, and everybody will listen. At the end of the day, everyone will take his side.
Absolutely.
In that Nigeria, the only people who may not take his side are those who are rich as like him, but they will all take his side. But I agree with you. Yes.
Thank you, sis. Auntie Grace, welcome back.
Yes, my baby girl. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, ma. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been in and out. You guys are doing a great job. You are still there. Yeah. I just came here, just popping again when I heard Sister Rose talk about what Ned was saying about him not being around when the whole thing happened. There were different versions of what happened and what did not happen on social media. And if we looked at the video that was circulating around, it looks as if he was there. I don't know. And then another version was that he slapped her, and then the second round of the slap, he fell down. So we don't know which is true, which is not true. No matter what happened, you don't start hitting a woman. So that is my own point of view. But this one is coming around to rant. How come he did not run before to say this girl was on substance, right? So how come every other woman that he's been married to has used it? Where did they get this substance from? So he's eating and abetting in it. He too, I did put it on the comment section. I say he needs to be investigated because he has hand in it, right? Even if this girl is using it, I'm not ruling it out that she's using it. It's possible that she's using it based on the age gap, based on the satisfaction on when they are doing kerewa and all that. It's possible that she does
mechanism.
Yeah.
And then again, he knows that when this guy said this thing, maybe he's even the one who introduced that to read. So add on in the kerewa aspect. And now that this girl is not yielding for today, you're smacking her. How dare you? And then you're coming out to put this straight forward to say, oh, he's using this, he's using that. Haven't you known that he's using it before? Haven't you? Why don't you ask her why you're using it? So I think it's a way to kind of save himself, or to like portray her as a bad one, so that some people will say, oh, she's a bad one, don't go near her, this is what she's doing, which is what she's doing. Like the argument you put forward. Why is it that every time these things are happening to our women, they all come out with Tubaba, with all of them, you understand? They come out with this idea, it's on this, it's on that. They ate and abate on it, and then when things is happening, that's when they start using it as a cover-up. He's using it as a cover-up as far as I'm concerned. I'm not saying she's not using it. It's possible she's been using it. Why haven't to offer her help? Why haven't to cried out? Why haven't to speak out? Now he's reporting himself. He needs to be investigated.
I wrote in the comments, I think it was backstage. I said it's very possible he's the one who, if that's true,
yeah,
it's possible he gave it to her, because they do that to subdue them.
Exactly. He introduced her to it. And now you can't control it, and you are crying and you're hitting her. Why are you hitting her? Why?
Exactly.
But
I same thing. Annie, same thing. Now,
Yeah.
Regina, Same thing every time.
He's not a good person. If you don't mind, Abby, don't forget whatever questions you have. But I'd like to go revisit this whole thing about when we say who's to blame. This is my own opinion, and you guys tell me what you think. I don't have to be right. I'm open to other people's opinions. I still blame Ned because listen to an interview where he said, um, "Marry these women because I just feel sorry for them." This is not hearsay or read. I heard the interview with his mouth moving. So you don't care about them. You feel sorry for them. You're not taking them seriously. Why then, if you felt sorry for them, why didn't you sponsor them? Why didn't you get, he's a billionaire, right? He knows a lot of,
yeah.
exactly. You know a lot of powerful people. Why don't you go and why didn't you set her up? You could have set her up. You could have, not to force her to be your sex slave, your sex slave and your breeder. Now, the reason why the mother is wrong. Do not get me. I'm not saying that the mother is right, but the reason why I still feel the mother is a victim. There is the greed aspect. There's wanting to be wealthy, but Nigeria is a difficult place. Nigeria is a place of uncertainty. I was talking to someone and he had a good job. I said, if you have a good job in the bank, why do you still want to come to Canada? He said, because things are not stable here.
Yeah.
Maybe the mother felt that she had to do that because even if they were doing, if even if Regina was doing somewhat okay, how long would it last before something happens? And okay, look at the nonsense they're about to introduce into Nigeria, the tax thing. You have people who don't have money, they're already struggling. Then you want to take that. It's like there's always something stressing you in Nigeria. Maybe the mother felt that no, we have to get this. This is the big fish. We gotta get it. Because there's no opportunities. If it was a country where there were jobs, university, multinational companies that you're sure will hire you, maybe the mother wouldn't have taken that route. But these wicked people, they hoard all the resources. They don't help anybody. You're left to the mercy of these people. That's why she's dumb. She took the wrong route. Some parents wouldn't do it. And then someone was saying, what parent who cares for their child would do that? In her mind, in her demented, distorted mind. Maybe she thinks that she's doing right for her.
She was doing the best. That's what she thought.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sister Rose and Auntie Grace, can you see Sister Sue's comment? She said, "At Abby, her name is trying to be smart. If she's using it, he will get the kids." You know that he's also a barrister, right? Like he studied in the UK. I think he's still in, and then I think London, one of the London universities, King's Cross, I think King's College. Sorry, I think LLB as well. So wow, that makes sense. He's trying. It's almost like he's trying to
The
build.
thing is that whether she's using it, she's not using it, with the level at which Ned is not going to let her have the children.
That's exactly what I was
That is
going to say.
obvious.
That's
She
good.
cannot get the children.
That
Yeah.
only works in a place like America where you have true due process. But there with
But
his
this is
money and
Nigeria we're talking about. Yeah.
exactly in Nigeria, anything goes. In Nigeria, once you have money, anything goes. And there was another thing that you said, Abby, that's very true about refusing people. There was somebody, right? When I was in Nigeria, I wanted to react to certain things. You know what everybody told me? They said, Rose, you can't react like that. You don't know who is connected with whom. You don't know what this person will do to that person. You see all these rich people in Nigeria, these ones with influence and a lot of money. I don't want to live near them and I don't want to be near them. You know why? It's just a question of them calling the police, doing something. They will win over you because they've got the power. So it's now, like you said, though Ben has a point, the father has to stand up, you have to stand up. But at the same time, I want to give this, I want to use this movie as an example, but movies imitate life. Remember in To Kill a Monkey when Efemini didn't, he was afraid. He didn't want to get into the business. And the boss said, "You reject my hand of friendship." And then he says, anybody who rejects his hand of friendship, he will punish them. The only reason he's letting FA go is because that one saved his life. There are people who are actually like that. If you don't be their friend, they will turn on you. You keep quiet sometimes because if you talk with certain people, it's just a question of them sending their so-called area boys or thugs after you. So in Nigeria, it's all about who has the money and the influence. That's what runs the world down there, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And you know that there's that whole talk, even outside of Regina, about how he owns most of the lands in that area and how he takes people's lands allegedly. So when it's very important to kind of work with the patterns here. If we're
Exactly.
going like that, it's just obvious that this guy's not someone that would, is be approachable or would easily give up on what he actually really wants. I'm
Exactly.
again like Uncle Ben is not wrong because well, like I said in the chat earlier, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of having a father and being a daughter where if I were in that situation, what would my dad do? What would I expect of my dad? Yes, I want my dad to come fight for me, assuming that it was not my own preference to marry him or my own idea. I want my dad to fight for me, but I also know that there might be so little that he could do in that situation because of the person that he's fighting. Not only is the person rich, and but the person is also the traditional leader or one of the
Mhm.
traditional leaders of that area. He's the prince of that area. What does
Mhm.
that mean if most of the villagers are on his side or have to
Oh,
be on his side? It might be long for everybody. You
mhm.
just I don't know.
Let me say something about that. There is a level of what happens. First of all, I didn't even the father wasn't there. Sister Grace said it so well. Something is going on there. The man seems like he's defeated, like they never respected him, like he was a nobody. It's almost like he's partially checked out. So I think that's one of the reasons he may not have stepped in.
Way before. Sister
Exactly.
Rose,
But
Sister Rose, she doesn't bear her father's surname. Her
exactly,
name
I
is
think.
Daniel, right? They've
Uh-huh.
always claimed that she's from Asaba. But her dad is from Ogwashu. She's not from
Hmm.
Asaba. So it seems like
Hmm.
her mom is the one from Asaba. So there's something that's been wrong way before this
Exactly.
marriage. Remember
Maybe
that
it's not even her biological father, but nobody wants to bring that out
Oh,
to.
yes, Sister
to
Ro, don't go that route.
no,
It's
no, I'm just
possible.
saying alleged. You never know because
I
based on
know.
what you're
Anything,
saying.
anything, anything goes in that country, right?
Exactly. The type of things that I'm hearing that's happening to
Yeah,
Nigeria.
yeah.
Something to me I cannot. You know what my mom told me? She told me that in Nigeria now there's some people now. If a person is rich, the woman is married, oh, the man and the woman is married. The man will permit his wife to go sleep with certain people just so that they can get money. I said, what?
Oh my
They do
goodness.
that in Nigeria? I said, no, 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 Nigeria doesn't do that.
Wow.
But she
Wow.
said that this is what it has. You say something, Brother Daya?
your brother is not here anymore. He's left.
Oh, okay. These are the kind of things that can happen. But here is the thing, too. There are still some people, it's not so many, but there's still some men in Nigeria who they're fearless. Your money doesn't intimidate them. They will
Mm.
tell you point blank, no, you can't do this. And you know what is funny? Sometimes these rich men, even with all their power, there's something they will see in you, they back down. They'll say, "Mm, after all, there's many other women. You're not the only one." But the intimidation factor, I know my uncle and my father, he will stand up to you. Those ones, they're not scared. They don't care. If you like, kill them. They will stand up to you. Um,
Exactly. It also boils down to value system as well, because I was thinking about it. I can remember what I was doing at 19. I wouldn't agree to this, but then again, it would probably because I don't even have the sort of parents that have made that an option. I know a lot of I've been saying this, I said this before. I know a lot of girls whose moms are very particular about the men that they marry. to the
Mm-hmm.
point where they make it obvious that if you bring a certain kind of man to this house, it's not possible. So imagine growing up as a child, as a teenager, as a young adult, and
Mm-hmm.
hearing your mom just keep talking about certain things where marriage is concerned. It's almost like, you're not in a household where they promote love, or you need to marry someone that you feel a certain kind of way about. And then obviously they also want to know that he's ambitious, he has things
Mm-hmm.
going for himself. But there's a lot of moms that I've heard of that preach this straight up um idea of he has to be a millionaire or have a certain amount of money, especially when you're a first daughter. Just to take it back a little bit, remember when we're talking about this bleaching thing, I
Mm-hmm.
stayed with one of my mom's friends temporarily in Manchester here in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And this was me. I was young. I think I had just started university. So maybe I was like 17. And she kept talking about how she used to sell like bleaching products. And she would try to convince me all of her daughters were bleaching. And she would try to convince me about bleaching myself because she felt like it would make me attract a rich man. Again, you're not just saying bleach because maybe you think I'll be more beautiful in a sense, but for her to add that other part where it's a case of this is what, and quite frankly, both of our daughters are married now, and they've married people that are a bit questionable. One of them is married to a Yahoo boy. You have to wonder why, 'cause he's a known fraudster. Another one is also married to a white guy that is 13 years older than her. And I
Mm-hmm.
wonder why, knowing that this is what she taught us years ago, or was trying to teach us years ago, right? So
Mm-hmm.
these are the issues sometimes when you're around some mothers. This is my own experience with a mother. Yes, she was not my own mother. It was my mom's friend trying to advise me. My mom would be against stuff like that. But I remember saying to my mom, it was around the same time I left her house anyway, so it didn't really matter. My mom was upset about it, right? But
Mm-hmm.
again, these are the issues because that's what she taught her daughters, and they're living it now. They are.
No, these are like soulless people. And like I said, unfortunately, in a country like that, where everything is about money, all they respect is money, 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 who has status, they do that. Then on the other, but also too, some of the things that you choose is a level of desperation. Because I know my mother, Fiakwa, what is this old man coming to her house for? Please get away from here. But that's because we're maybe on a certain level, on a certain value system. No, I hate to be disrespectful, but I think Regina's mother is at the bottom of the totem pole and is desperate and will
Absolutely.
take anything because let's be honest, who wants to go with that? No, Otio, not me. Mm-mm.
The desperation and the love for money, and then they feel they are smart. Yeah,
Mhm,
that is what lead them into this kind of a thing. That's true.
And
mhm.
secret, I watch too much Nollywood, but this kind of Nollywood where the mother will even find a way to buy Ned. That
Mhm.
Mhm,
very like I'm telling you, it's giving that level of
mhm,
desperation.
mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah.
But I still kind of think that there's a certain level of Nigerian that we're not like. Let's assume maybe you have some class about you, some morals, and you're middle class. I think some of those type of people will say no. I don't think everyone will accept. I think some people will say no.
Absolutely, it just really,
Hmm.
really depends. Because
Hmm.
again, and that's why I said, I think the last live stream about this, I don't want to judge her with my own values or what I was doing at 19 or anything,
Hmm.
right? And I also need people to define what riches is to them. Because a lot of people were saying how, oh, she was already rich because she was already acting. I'm like, come on, it's Nollywood.
Please, Nigeria, please. Who act? They
Even
don't
if she
make
was
no.
looking at
They don't
25,
make
they're not
any
paying
money.
them that much.
They
Exactly.
don't
So
make any
definitely
money.
not. But honestly, it's a very, I don't know. I don't really want to judge her because we're very different. But I can't see a world where, and I know too many people, Uncle Ben even said it, that even him growing up, there is this thing has always been there. There's always an older man that wants to, even me, there's always an older man that thinks they can have their way. There's this old politician man that was chasing me for years. And every time I said no, it was something to the point of wanting to gift me extremely expensive stuff. I mean,
Hmm.
there was a time when he was going to give me a car that was worth 120,000 pounds at the time. And there's men like this. For every time you say no, It's almost like you push them to want to offer you more. But you actually have to stand your ground, because there's no reason why you're 20 years older than I am. 20 something, this one was 22 years older than I am. I don't understand why. I don't
No,
understand.
they're blood
You know,
suckers, and that's the reason why I say I despise them with every fiber of my being. And the reason I despise them is because, like I said, I wasn't talking just to talk. They hoard resources. They don't do anything in the country. The reigning one, you hear men say, there are no clean women in Nigeria. There are no clean women. The men they support, the men they worship created that. When there is no opportunities, what do you think people will do? They will resort to all that. So for somebody to be able to offer you cars, have all this stuff, yeah, that's when you take to, okay, for instance, Dangote now. They say he's the one who owns all the cement. He makes it. I don't know some other price, only him. He has a monopoly. Imagine if 10, 5, 6 other people had it, but you
but it doesn't that
monopolize.
guy, but that guy is even his friend. Can't remember his name now. He's also Hausa. His competitor is his friend. So I don't even know if that.
Mm,
I
you
think
know
it's
what
that.
I'm saying? So when you take over everything and there's no opportunities anymore, this is what forces people, and they do it on purpose. They do. That's why you see so many, like if you listen here in America, that's the reason they can't stand independent people. You know why? If you're independent, you're not vulnerable. If you're not vulnerable, you can't be taken advantage of. They want people they can take advantage of. You think Regina wants to be with this guy? Oh, please.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I even said in the beginning of this show, it's just so sad. I don't know where we're headed as a society, because nowadays, especially on places like X, they name prostitution all sorts of names, OS, hookup, runs, all sorts of names besides the actual name that everybody knows. Because almost
Mhm,
like it's an attempt to package it as something completely different or something nicer, if that makes
mhm,
sense. At the whole time,
mhm,
same thing, right? And
mhm.
it got to a point where it seems like every other girl, there's so many chats that have been leaked, which I'm not for leaking the chats. It's terrible behavior that someone has chatted you privately and you feel the need to leak it. But there's so many girls that are even saying things like, how much is it for me? You invite a girl over, normal, you're cutting, right? It's normal
Mhm.
for a date. Why are you asking for payment? How much is it? Or someone is inviting you for a date and it's not a case of, oh, I need to do my hair and my nails and whatever. Next thing is 300K. And this is a young guy that is also in his early 20s or whatever. So what do you want the boy to do? He's going to, obviously at this point now, they're going to also resort to Yahoo, right?
Exactly.
And then
And
resort to all of this nonsense we're seeing with like rituals where they're what's it called? They're taking people's ORGAN and all from their bodies because they need money. It's just a vicious cycle.
that's why I get upset about certain things, but I don't talk about it too much because I feel like, oh, now everybody's going to, oh, she's going to spoil our enjoyment. But okay, no offense, Abby. I know you said that there are good things about BB Niger, but why? There was a time in Nigeria we would have like people who are good in mathematics, people who are good in science.
We still do
What
those shows. Do you know what's crazy
they
to me?
do? Mm-hmm.
Yes. So there's this guy that's just written like SATs and he's gotten the highest number, which is
Mm-hmm.
1,600 SATs. He's been trending, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
Ebuka, who is also the host of BPN, quoted his tweet with, oh, he actually won one of our episodes of Cowbell. Cowbell, they do an event, and I've been watching it. I've actually been watching it like the
Mm-hmm.
last couple of days because I like shows like that, right? I watch a lot of these competitive shows that are from America or the UK.
Mm-hmm.
That is the fact that I didn't even know that Cowbell had a show, because in usual Nigerian youth, they've not been promoting it, but they've been promoting BBN and all of this other nonsense. But yeah, Cowbell has those shows on, they're uploading on YouTube as well, where they have like young students, and sometimes they also let their teachers and their parents compete as
Okay,
well.
let me even give you a good example. If this Ned Walker, all these other bastards were anything good, you see what happens in the West. You may have somebody who is a talented inventor, but he doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the infrastructure to expatiate on it. It takes the Dangotes of the world, the rich people of the world, who will invest in those people, and everybody wins. They get an invention, they can sell it, that person benefits themselves. Look at us in Nigeria. As soon as somebody is intelligent or smart, hatred. How can I sabotage the person? How can I negate the person? And it's so disturbing because, like you said, it's become a very scary place.
Because
Now
they
you're
don't want others to be where they are. They don't want this word to circulate around. They want people that will be coming to them and then do SASA, and then they give them this menial job. That is called their own
exactly. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I despise people like him. And I blame him 100%. They created the society that
Yeah.
makes Regina's mother be desperate, that makes Regina have to resort. Can you imagine having to sleep with that kind of nyama nyama person? Of course she's on drugs.
Of course, I won't rule it out. But something happened. Something made her to go on those substance.
It's so good though. Anyway, it's called Cowbellpedia for those interested.
What is it? A science? It's a science show?
So it's like it's children, right? So there's secondary school kids where they go for competition and they basically win for their schools. And it's actually interesting. And like I said, sometimes they host the teacher, sometimes it's the parents that are competing, as the parents of the kids that are competing. And it's just like general knowledge, math, geography, like the usual kind of those sort of shows. And it's also Ebuka that hosts it as well.
Wow. You know what would have
Online?
been
Where do they base? Is it like online or they base somewhere?
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube, right?
Cowpedia, that's okay.
Okay.
I will check it out. But I saw a couple of things on Facebook where you will see Nigerian kids who invented robots. You can see there's a talent there. It would have been so nice if people would invest in them,
Yeah.
because the truth of the matter, the sad and pathetic truth of the matter is there's no reason for any African to go overseas to look for jobs. We have everything we need in Africa. The brilliance is there, the mind is there, but all we have is all these saboteurs messing up everything.
It's so annoying. Look at what is happening between B Lord and Very Dark Man. They go to China, then they ask them to use iPhone 7K to cover whatever it is and bring it. Why don't they find a way to bring those factories for our people to learn how to do it and invest in this investment of equipping the younger ones to learn it? Can't we manufacture? Why do you have to keep buying and buying nonsense? Is it iPhone that our people need? They are hungry. How will they bring the prices of items down? You're talking about iPhone. You're talking about cars.
No, and I'm glad you observed. I'm glad you said that, because I said the same thing. This is stuff that okay. Is that an inventor? Is that a doctor or something?
Is that our priority now? People are hungry. You're talking about iPhone 17. You're talking about cars of 20-something millions and billions. Who is affording those? How do you bring down the price of the common commodities? You're not thinking about it.
Okay.
How do you equate the common man? You are not talking about it.
No.
You guys are just there fighting stupid fights.
You see this guy in Burkina Faso, the Traore guy. I pray he succeed. You know what he's doing now? He sent his people to Russia. You know that they're trying to learn. He sent his people there to learn. They're trying to learn how to make their own nuclear weapons, because in order for any country to be strong, you have to be able to protect it, because somebody's always wants to take it away from you. He stopped. He said any of these foreign countries. He said if you're going to come here, you have to build a place. You cannot stay in one small kiosk and make money. They stopped so many things, and you would think that these useless people would join in and follow. Though I know there was a coup, but it fouled. I don't know if they were trying to follow their footsteps. So anyway, I digress. Abby, take it over.
Sorry, Abby.
No, it's fine. Sometimes these conversations open a can of worms, unfortunately. It's just sad. Uncle Ben, I think Uncle Ben is back.
I thought I heard him too.
Okay, Uncle Ben, I don't know if you're back or not, but I think we can close off. Sister Rose, do you have any advice as to what Regina can do moving forward?
Well, I don't know. I'm confused because Ben said this one, and this their blood ritual. He's saying that, no, based on what he said, and it seems like African magic is powerful, except when it comes to their colonizers and imperialists. I don't know what to say really. Either, like someone said, either she looks for her own Babaloa, or they say if you're a Christian, according to Christianity and Jesus Christ, he can free you from anything. But this one is very complicated. I don't. She's not in a win-win situation. That Ned looks like a narcissist. She has two kids for him. He's going to hold that over her head. It's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. But if you could take away those two things, I would say let her leave. Let her take her money if he gave her anything. But those type of men, they usually want to keep you trapped. So probably she doesn't have anything. I would say get away from him, but it almost seems like she's stuck. If this was a London or America, I would say, okay, go to the court system. But she's in Nigeria. I just pray. I pray. The best answer is pray. I fast and pray. Let God give you some inspiration and guidance as to what to do. I'm sorry, but Abby, I can't. I don't know how to give any really constructive advice, because we're talking about blood oath and a man who has power and children that he will hold over her head, and they will favor him.
Yeah. It's all good. Thank you so much, Sister Rose, for
Okay, no problem.
your contributions.
All
Have
right.
a good night.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
see
you.
you later, sis. Bye.
Bye.
Auntie Grace,
Yes, my baby girl.
do you have any advice for Regina and what she should do moving forward?
I don't think I have much advice, considering we've been talking about what she thinker has said and all of those. I don't think they are hearing us. If they are hearing us, if there's anybody who can advise her, I think it should start from the parents. If she actually wants to come out of it, this is the time she will go on her knees and beg her father to reconcile with her father and her mother should initiate it. And then they're going to find out what is involved. And then they will go through the tradition, whatever
Hello,
they need
teacher.
to do.
Abby.
Yes, Uncle Ben. Yes, Uncle
Okay.
Ben. Don't worry,
Uncle-
Auntie Grace, continue,
Yeah.
please.
So whatever she need to do, so then she will do it. I don't think she can do it all on her own. She will need to start from her father, from her mother, from the elders in her family, and then they meet up. Then it has to come from her if she truly want to leave Ned. If she want to leave, that is when she will now sought the help of her parents and of the elders, and then they will find out what to do. Because I cannot sit here and say, this is what you have to do, Regina. I feel for her. I feel for her as a child. Even though she's 25, I still see her as a child. So she should start from her father and seek the forgiveness of her father. And then with the mom, they can start negotiating what to do to free her. That would be my advice, her starting
Okay.
point.
Okay,
Thank you.
that makes sense. Hopefully, they indulge her and they just fight for her. And I think most especially, I hope her mother too, because this mother now, she probably go and beg the girls to go back and go and apologize. Because the same thing happened to Layla a couple years
Yeah.
ago. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
Layla came back. You know. So hopefully, thank you so much, Auntie Grace.
Thank you so much, my darling. Thank you. God
Have
bless.
a good
You
night.
find time to go and have a good rest, okay?
Yes,
Bye.
that's ending. Good night, ma.
Good
Uncle Ben.
Abby,
Yes,
can you
Uncle
hear
Ben.
me?
I can hear you.
When I try you, serious conversation.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you Gen Z should come together to rescue your fellow Gen Z member.
How are we
Or
going to
what do
do
you
it
think?
now? What are we going? Okay, let me look for. What are we going to wear? Red top. We have to wear anti Inca's colors, red and black, because it's giving danger. Giving
but
danger.
but frankly speaking, if I can just ask you one question, Abby, before we leave, do you agree now that a 25 years old don't even know Jack?
Oh yeah, Uncle Ben, I said it yesterday because like she think has said at 25 is when your frontal lobe is said to have fully developed, right? And
Mm-hmm.
even that does not mean that you've attained the max level of maturity, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And if you haven't been independent prior to that, most of us, besides you, Uncle Ben, we know that you have a unique experience and upbringing, but most of us is at uni that we start to gain proper independence. There's someone like me that left home pre-uni that gained some independence before uni, but most people will tell you that they leave uni, you don't have a choice. There's no mommy, there's no daddy, you gain independence. This girl did not get to do that. She was finishing uni from Ned's house, and I don't know if you remember Uncle Ben.
Going
So
to going to Mexico school
do you understand?
from
So
Nigeria.
what kind of independence has that person attained to even have some sort of, should I say, street wisdom in a sense
Yeah.
as well? Because it's not just book smart. Book smart can only take you so far. You need to be streetwise as well, right? You need to also, in a way, have social awareness. You need to gather information from people. You need to see that people have made mistakes. If you've been sheltered and you go straight to man's house, I don't know. It might not be a great idea, especially if the man does not have your best interest at heart. So 25 is it just depends on what you've done. 25 is still very
Absolutely true.
young to me. And as someone who I've got to this point where Uncle Ben, do you know that I know that I don't want to enter on a dark basketball, or even if let's save the basketballs for another time. But I used to say that another thing is even this marriage thing. I remember sending something to the chat which Auntie Grace actually mentioned yesterday, where a lot of girls that got married early they come out to complain. Again, it's one of those ones where it might work for some people and not work for others. However, with everything that I have seen with these times, I'm not going to lie, I think the earliest I would advise a woman to get married is probably 27, 28, the earliest. Some people will even argue 30. I'm just going to say 27, 28. That's the earliest I would advise any woman to get married based off of what is going on in our society today. You need to know yourself and you need to have done enough for yourself to understand that institution of marriage. With
Yes.
the men that we have, Uncle Ben, I'm talking about your generation where men believe in looking after women and letting women grow. These days, I think women need to at least 27, 28 is a good time to bother.
I
I
agree.
can push it to 30, but anything below, please go and get education, work, get into the real life, date people, know what you want before you get married. That's what I would
I
say.
agree. But what if husband didn't come at 28, 29?
And what later?
But husband came later, not 28, 29.
No, there's no pressure for the 2020. I'm saying the
Okay.
earliest. There's a
All
lot
right.
of
Good one.
pressure, because when you think about it, Uncle Ben, and really, I feel the same way because once you finish uni, someone like me, I finished uni at 20. By 21, I finished my master's degree. You look around, what next is there to do as a Nigerian baby? Is to get married now, Abby.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how it feels. I've gone to school. My dad said I should go to school. I got a first class. What else is there to do? It feels like if there's a right man, get married. But that's not where it ends. You need to go out into the real world. And this is something that we don't understand, right? University is not the same thing as the real world, though, Uncle Ben. When we have that our session, I'll gist you. It's not the same. You will see your tenacity will be tested. You will see that
Absolutely.
your father, because for me now, that's from a sheltered home. My dad used to read with me, burn the midnight candle with me sometimes. He would stay on Skype. Skype we used to use when I was at uni. He would stay on Skype on one iPad in the corner because he was very interested in my education. Okay, now who's he going to follow me to the office and stay? It's a different environment. You have to fight to, you know, be there and to compete. So I think that you need those experiences. You need to get your heart broken, Uncle Ben. A lot of
Yeah.
women, in fact, I spoke to one of my friends who is in her early 30s now, and she's never had a major heartbreak. She doesn't know how to act now. And sorry to say this, but it most likely is affecting her mentality towards what she expects of men. because she does not understand that things are not supposed to always be perfect. So when she's had relationships in the last couple of years, they are very short-lived because she doesn't understand that bad bows will happen, because she doesn't understand, she hasn't built the tenacity with
Absolutely.
heartbreak in a sense, because
Absolutely.
she never had any heartbreak in her 20s, you know.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Abby. Let's do this as we're rounding up now. I like the way Sister Sue summarized this Regina situation. She said she need prayers, wisdom, and strategy to live. Divine intervention is needed for her, but she has to be willing. You see that she has to be willing. That is the only way. That's the only area I think, Sister Sue, you and I will continue this in the backstage. That willing, you could define her for us. She's not willing, she's not doing anything. Probably there are some dark magic working in this case, so she can't leave. She knew she can leave. She is frustrated. And when we talk about the allegation from Okuned about her using drugs and all of that, I think one of the reasons she went that route is because she got in the marriage and realized that this isn't what I thought it was going to be. And there is something about older men as well as older women. I'm sorry, women in their 60 plus. There is something about it that people don't get to know. When you go on all these social media and you see all these filtered, over processed pictures of older men and women, you will think that is how they're going to be when you are in the same house with them. It's only when you start living with older men now you're going to say, you, because you say something they where these people they deal with too. And in Nigeria, with all these men that they put their hands into all kinds of things. Sometimes there are some cream they will use to rub body in the morning that doesn't smell good. Some of them might have some injury that it will never heal. I'm not gonna say it with my full mouth, but those who they mature, they will know what I'm talking about. Some of these older men, they have dig their hand into so many things. Some of them belong to all kind of cults and all that. There is a reason some older men don't want their woman to live in the same house with them, because sometimes you don't know what will come visit in the middle of the night. So I'm just saying, sometimes there are so many rituals, so many things behind the scene that you don't get to see. All you see from outside is, oh, he has a Rolls Royce. Oh, he has a jet. He's balling. But when you get in, you're gonna see things. And talking about using substances and things like that, even though Sister Sue, Sister Chiye, all of them won't crack me up while I was driving. I just they shake my head. Sometimes you need to take some things before you can really go down with some grandpa. I'm sorry. Imagine as a girl, you are on top, you are riding, and you look down, you see grandpa grinding teeth together.
Well, why are you looking down? Supposed to shut your eyes close, shut it tightly. Why are you looking down?
Maybe that is why she needs something, so that when the substance is taking effect, when she look down, even though she see the old dying face, she will just pretend that, okay, this is a fine boy's face. I'm just saying anyway. So please, the bottom line, my people, is that all that glitters are not gold. Somebody said something yesterday. I think I jotted down. I don't even know where I jotted now. It says, the billion that you do not work for cannot guarantee the happiness you desire. Abby, you understand them?
No, yeah, facts.
That quote, it was when I was researching this case yesterday that I came across that quote on, I think, X somewhere. And the person said, under one of the comments, that the billions you do not work for can never offer the happiness you desired. And that is very, very true. Look at all the people that claim I'm married to billionaire. If they tell you some of the shit they have to deal with. Money na water, na typical example. The wife might give you the impression that, oh, we are Bolly, we are get, but there is somebody somewhere in Kenya dragging their block horse every freaking day just because billionaire Money na water cannot keep his stuff in
And
his
it's probably
pants.
not the first time as well,
You know,
unfortunately.
so the billions you don't work for can never ever guarantee the happiness you desire. So I'm gonna do a show tomorrow. It's a reaction show. I'm gonna be playing videos of everybody who have reacted to this situation, so you can join us tomorrow. And the reason I want to do that show is to ask ladies, especially these millennials and
Oh
Gen
my
Zs.
God.
Abby, I have to ask the question, no.
I'm not around
Are
tomorrow
you
anyway.
still
Thank God.
are you still willing to cry in a Lamborghini? That's gonna be the title.
Uncle
Are
Ben, do you
you
know what
still
is
willing?
crazy? Do you know what
You
is
say
crazy?
what?
You know, as much as I talk about a successful man and all, it actually
Mhm.
scares me, especially because more recently, it seems as though even the younger guys that are maybe below 35 that are doing very well, it always seems as though it's a mixture of tech and tech, if you know what I mean, you
Yeah.
know? And I'm just like, why can't it just be legit and you build yourself and all? Why are you doing the other tech with the original tech? So we're in trouble, oh, Uncle Ben. My
No
generation, we're in
problem. No problem. We're gonna come back tomorrow and have that conversation. And to prepare you guys for that conversation tomorrow, I see one lady now. One young lady is about to enter his own Ned Reggie situation. So I will show you briefly. Then we will discuss it tomorrow.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for tomorrow. We are going to examine this situation in one of our segments we call Dear Dr. Shola. Those who follow Dr. Shola's page, you know there is another level of gbasgbos going on there. So tomorrow we're gonna do that.
Dr. Shola, is it right for me to get pregnant before marriage? I'm dating a very traditional Nigerian man. We are 4 years in, and he said if I don't get pregnant, he won't move forward. I really don't want to think he's using me, but he's living with me. He's living with you, or you're living with him. These are the issues. On top of that, 4 years, traditional man that is dating you for 4 years. That one is not traditional. Oh. A whole 4 years. Traditional man will marry you within a year. Sorry. This is too much traditional. Uncle Ben, where are you, please?
Abia, I'm right here.
Okay.
Have you read the first part?
Yeah, I finished reading it.
Okay, it says, Dr. Shola, is it right for me to get pregnant before marriage? I'm dating a Nigerian traditional. Wait, well, she go back with traditional. I'm dating a Nigerian traditional man. We are 4 years in, and he said if I don't get pregnant, he won't move forward. I really don't want to think he's using me, but he's living with
Living
me.
with me.
Eh.
Shock me.
He now
You're
continues
still
and saying
traditional.
he drops $1,000 monthly for bills out of $6,300. I am still trying to get pregnant. For 2 years, he was using condoms. Now he's always traveling during my ovulation period. I asked for us to do IVF, but he said Nigerians must have kids in regular way if I want his family to accept the kids. Now, these are the conversation we're going to have tomorrow. So, Abby, be prepared. All the ladies, please be
I mean,
prepared.
I'm not here tomorrow because you really stressed me today.
No verse.
You have
No
to
verse.
appease me.
I will send you to Bora Bora.
Mm. I need it on contract writing.
Yeah. So we're gonna look at this tomorrow, please. These are the issues. Now, where are the are they get angry for women with this? Is this a question to even ask? Somebody give you condition, and you well,
Um, that's why I
you
was saying that
carry
some of these questions that they ask, I don't know why they ask it because you're supposed to know the answer already now.
All right, guys. Thank you for sticking with us. It has been an amazing show. Thank you, Abby, for always being that sweet baby girl. Even though you stressed me out today, after I don't beg you, I don't bribe you, I don't do everything to appease you. Say me, you know,
Everybody
stress
knows
me.
it's the opposite. You
You
stressed me
still
out.
went. You stressed me. You stressed me When you are saying the father should have done this, should have done that, you stress the heck out of me. But thank you for being here, my baby girl. Sissy supposed to be the second one, and I thank God say Sissy said they busy, she no come today. If for really get
Honest.
as
The way Sissy is living.
Sissy will have stressed the living daylight out of me, but I have a powerful God, though. He's always on my side. My brother don't tell Sissy, say, pack your bag. We are going on vacation. You see how my God
has been missing for 3 days. That is concerning, and she needs to be sanctioned.
Yes, she's no longer going to Bora Bora. The same Bora Bora.
No, that one I cannot agree that one with you. No, you're the one that is not going to Bora Bora.
No, Sissy is the one that will not go to Bora Bora.
No, it's you. Can't do that against my sisterhood.
Oh my God. All right. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, Uncle Ben.
All our gifters, God bless you. You really shocked us today. We were not expecting
Uncle Luke, that Chucky, and Sister Labelle.
Luke gave us 2,000 naira. Do you know what 2,000 naira mean? Too much money. Thank you for all the new members. God bless you. We see you tomorrow, and be ready for another. Okay. All right, Abby. Have a sweet night, Mama.
Good night, sir. Bye.
Good night. Good night, Rufam. Good night, Sister Rose, Sister Grace, Honey Babe, She Thinker, Uncle Dio, Mama Jojo, all the people that participated in the discussion. God bless you all. We'll meet again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.